No, it ended last week. They took it away from everybody in the country.
We are live.
Okay, thank you. Let's take a moment just to let people come in, and then we'll start our meeting.
Madam Chair, if I just can let you guys know, John Dunn does not have his computer at home, so he will be joining by phone. So if at any time we need him, we can let him in via phone.
Great, thank you.
Like a smart move.
I'd like to call this meeting to order. It's the April 26, 2022 City Council meeting. In the interest of government transparency with regards to deliberations and decisions made by the City Council and according to open meeting law, since this meeting was posted as a Zoom meeting, this meeting is recorded by video and audio and will be conducted by remote participation. Additionally, all votes taken by the City Council during this and future remote meetings will be by roll call vote. If you're calling in on a phone, you can press *9 to request to speak. If you're watching on a computer or device, there is a raised hand button that you can tap or press to request to speak. Please use either of these options during oral communications to be recognized to speak. I'd like to introduce the City Councilors that are on the call right now. My name is Val Gilman. I'm the Council President and Ward 4 City Councilor. We have I will start at the top. We have Scott Memard, we have Tony Gross, we have Jason Grow, Sean Nolan, Frank Majota, Tracy O'Neill, Jamie O'Hara, and I believe the only one missing is Jeff Wordley, and I'm sure he'll jump on as soon as possible. In terms of members of city staff, we have John Dunn that's on the phone. He's our CFO. We have Jill Cahill, who is our CAO. We have Kenny Costa, who is our auditor. And we have Joanne Sinos, who is our city clerk. And then everyone else are applicants that will be talking on matters right now. It looks like we have 49 participants right now on the call. And I would like to ask Madam Clerk if you could announce the first order of business.
First order of business is oral communications.
The public shall have the opportunity at every regularly scheduled meeting to be heard under oral communications on matters not appearing on the agenda. Oral communications shall allow any resident who has a request or complaint of any nature relative to city business to appear before the council, state their problem without debate, and the matter shall be referred to the proper agency through the office of the mayor. The resident will be notified within a 2-week period relative to the disposition of same, and a copy shall be forwarded to the city council. Persons speaking under oral communications shall be limited to 3 minutes each. The city council president shall not allow complaints as to individual performance. Is there anyone here that would like to speak to the city council on matters not on the agenda? Kindly raise your hand. Right now, we have 41 attendees and 13 panelists. Madam Clerk, do you see any hands raised? Because I do not.
I do not see any.
Oh, we have Jean Cunningham. Jean, would you, Madam Clerk, would you bring Jean in? And Jean, would you introduce yourself and your address? And you have up to 3 minutes to address the city council. And tonight, Council Worthley, who is not here yet, is first on the roll call, so he should be doing the timing. Council Grow, would you mind doing that job right now for public?
Not a bit.
Okay, thank you.
Timer.
So Jean is in and she's unmuted. Whoa.
That's an interesting feedback.
Could you go? Okay, all right, so good. She's muted it. Maybe she's moving to a different location in her house. Okay, Jean, could you try try again, unmute yourself and introduce yourself and your address?
Not sure what that is.
Are you on a phone right now? If you're on your cell phone, maybe you could move to a different location.
I'm on my laptop.
Without objection.
Well, go ahead. Let's not tie things up.
Okay. So Jean, before you leave, if you would like to come back later and try again, we will suspend our rules to allow you to speak. So.
Thank you. I'm not going to leave, but I'll try later. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, I see no other hands, so next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Worthley has joined the meeting.
Great.
My apologies.
Welcome, Counselor.
Next order of business is the consent agenda.
Thank you. Counselors, does anyone wish to pull any matter off the consent agenda? Council Memard. You are muted.
Some people like it that way. Item 7 under the mayor's report, please.
Okay. Anyone else want to remove anything on the consent agenda? Okay, I have two matters that I'd like, actually, I have two matters that I'd like to remove. One is item number 2 and one is item number 3. So Council Memard, would you explain what you'd like to remove off the consent agenda?
I'm not asking for a removal, rather I'd like to have a comment perhaps from CAO Jill Cahill just regarding the background on our Board of Health's decision to re-enter into the mosquito control program for the greenheads this coming season. It's something we were a part of a number of years back and dropped out of for a variety of reasons, and the Board of Health supported our re-entry into it. And there's a informational memo for us from the mayor's office giving all the details of the program and its costs. And I just would like, if there's no action required of us tonight, but I would appreciate Ms. Cahill's comment, just a little bit of background on this, since there are some concerns about this.
So our CAO Jill Cahill, and I also see Max Schenk, who is our public health director, has his hand raised. So without objection, councilors, I'm going to ask Jill Cahill to introduce this matter.
Thank you, Madam President, through you to the members. I'm happy to speak to this a bit. I will leave it to Max to speak about the public health piece of it and the discussion that took place at the Board of Health, but for process reasons, so you can understand why I put it in for information only. The process, this was actually brought to us by a resident. I do want to make it clear that we are not joining the mosquito district by signing this piece of paper. Mosquitoes are separate, although this program is run through that group, but this is not us joining the mosquito district. Mosquitoes will come to you in due time, don't you worry. This is strictly for the green head boxes. This came to us through a resident, Tom Quinn. He brought it in front of the Board of Health. They made the recommendation to us that we join. The mayor and I reviewed the materials based on the recommendation of the Board of Health and the low cost and the benefit to the residents and the visitors who enjoy the beaches, and in coordination with our neighbors in Essex, Ipswich, and I think all the way up to Newburyport. We're recommending to the council that we do join this Green Head Boxes program. The funding, so what you saw in the packet was, in order to join, we have to submit the signed document to them by June 1st. And the payments go through the fiscal years. So for fiscal year 23, the city council will see this as part of the Board of Health budget. So you will have an opportunity, if you feel so inclined, to comment on the funding during that process. And Max is here. So that's the process we're going through. We've let the group know that this is our process. It just came to us. And that we, the funding is the real vote of move forward, and that will happen when you guys approve the budget. So they're aware of that. And any questions you have regarding the Board of Health or the toxicity, that stuff, Max is here to be more specific.
Thank you. So I think that it's probably not appropriate to get in a long conversation about this, and I appreciate Max being on the call. I would suggest that we do this. If anyone, member of the public, wants to read the documentation in our folder, which is huge, or watch the Board of Health meeting, the next couple of meetings, this matter will not be on our agenda, so you can come and speak to the City Council on in public comments and share your support or opposition. In that way, councilors will have a better understanding of how the public feels about this prior to us discussing this in the budget meetings. And then, of course, we have the public hearing as well. So without objections, councilors, I'd like to just bring that back onto the consent agenda for approval. And thank you to Councilor Memard for removing this, just for explanation.
Thank you.
Councilors? Seeing none, let me describe why I've asked to remove items 2 and 3. Item number 2, look at my notes, hold on. Okay, item number 2 is the memorandum from the Assistant DPW Director regarding changes to beach and Stage 4 park regulations. There were 2 things that I just wanted to announce to members of the public. In your packets on page 20 is a description of what these changes are. And possibly the biggest change right now is a recommendation to make some expansions of the surfing at Good Harbor Beach. And that is on page 24 of the packet. The matter that I would like to amend on this, now that I've explained to you the content, is that that is being referred to O&A. So councilors, I'd like to move that we make sure that this is being referred to O&A on this consent agenda, and I so move.
Second.
Is there a discussion? Quick roll call vote on this before we get back to the consent agenda. Worthley, Council Worthley?
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross?
Yes. Yes.
Council Grow?
Yes.
Council Majota?
Yes.
Council Memard?
Yes, one more time.
Council Nolan?
Yes.
Council O'Hara?
Yes.
Council O'Neill?
yes,
Okay, that motion has been approved with that amendment to refer to O&A. The next matter that I asked to be removed is a memorandum from Veteran Services Director requesting donations in the amount of $700. I'd like to amend this by referring this to B and F, which is not on this consent agenda. So I move to add the referral of this to Budget and Finance. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Council Worthley. Is there a
Council Grow.
discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman. Yes, sorry, Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
yes,
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed, to bring that back to refer to B and F. Now we're back to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as
Move
to
accept.
So moved.
Seconded.
seconded by, accepting by Council Memard, and who seconded it? Council Worthley. Roll call vote, councilors. Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
yes,
9 in favor, 0 opposed to confirm the consent agenda of April 26th. Next order of business, Madam. Oh, we have a unanimous consent agenda as well. Would anyone like to remove any matters that are on the unanimous consent agenda? For the public on the call, I'll note that there are 2 amendments to the mayor's report. One is the memorandum from the CFO requesting amendment to loan order 2018-003 for the police station courthouse renovation project from $675,000 to $1.1 million, and that's to be referred to BNF. And the second matter on the unanimous consent calendar is memorandum from CFO and supplementary appropriation budgetary request number 2022 SA number 29 in the amount of $300,000 to be referred to B and F. Would any council like to remove either one of those issues from the unanimous consent agenda? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the unanimous consent agenda of?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve, Council Memard, and I believe Council Nolan, I saw say second. And roll call vote, Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes, Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
yes,
9 in favor, 0 opposed to confirm the unanimous consent calendar of April 26, 2022. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Next order of business is the Budget and Finance Standing Committee report of April 21st.
Thank you. And I'll turn the meeting over to our BNF Chair, Councilor Scott Memard.
I'm not sure, Councilor Nolan, did you have your hand up for, you wanted to speak first?
Okay.
I did want to announce that Pam Toby was also on the call from the
Oh,
mayor's
great.
office.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Pam
Scott.
is
From
our
the mayor's office.
Director of Constituent Services, Constituents and Communication Services. So welcome, Pam. Thank you, Counselor. Okay, so Councilor Memard, there were 3 votes coming out of BNF. Would you walk us through that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Before we do so, I just wanted to thank you and John Dunn and Kenny Costa and all the counselors that were able to participate last Budget and Finance Committee meeting. We also took time out to have a budget process overview workshop, and that was a very helpful summary, especially with 5 new counselors on board with us. And again, I thank you all for the input, particularly Kenny Costa, our city auditor, for his overview and helpful introduction to the budget process that lays ahead of us very, very shortly.
Ditto.
Regarding our motions, we have 3 as stated. The first is a memorandum from the Gloucester Public Schools CFO and a special budgetary transfer request, SBT 1, in the amount of $60,000. And part of the second is 2022 SBT 2 in the amount of $420,452. And is Gary with us, or do we need to make a presentation here? I can go right in the motions.
I think I'm comfortable just going into the motions, and if there are any questions, we can ask administration, or I believe Gary is on the call. Is he? He's not a panelist. But I'm comfortable, and
Very-
we'll.
Yeah.
you-
And if people have specific questions, we have a detailed conversation and discussion that's available in the Zoom recording of our meeting last Thursday afternoon.
Great, thank you.
I can
Yes,
also
sir.
fill in.
Yes, you indeed can. Thank you, thank you, Tony. So I'll go in the motion and we can have some discussion if there is an interest. On the first motion, by myself, seconded by Councilor Gross, Budget and Finance recommended that the City Council we recommended unanimously that the City Council approve a special budgetary transfer, SBT 1, in the amount of $60,000 from the account as specified, the school general fund salary, Gloucester High School principal professional account, to account as specified, general city fund police uniform overtime. And this is for the purpose of funding the Gloucester High School resource officer, and I so move.
Second.
Council Memard made a motion to approve. It was seconded by Council Worthley. Is there a discussion, councilors?
You want me to give a breakdown of it?
Sure.
If you'd
go
like to,
ahead.
Tony, that'd be very helpful.
So everybody knows we have a couple of resource officers, one at the high school, one at the middle school. And the only way because it's paid out of the patrolman or the resource officer is paid out of the police department's budget. So in order to make that whole for one of those officers, the school department has to transfers over the $60,000, and that's the agreement that we have with the city. So that's what this is about. It's just making that whole, making it whole in the police department budget.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other folks want to discuss this? Council O'Hara.
I just want to point out that I'll be supporting this. The resource officers do amazing work at both schools, and they're very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other folks want to discuss this?
I'll let Sean go.
Go ahead, Council Nolan, and then Council Gross.
Maybe it's coincidental, but I had Ace at the shop today. So
Aw.
I'm a big fan of the school resource officers. And I believe there's 3 of them too, because we've added Joe Parity to the leagues and Ace. So I also think this is a great thing.
Great, thank you. Council Gross.
Yeah, it's just the department, the police department has done a really good job of selecting officers that are a good fit in the schools. And I just wanted to, let people know that that's a real important part of this. And they've done an excellent job on pairing the proper personnel to with the right disposition to handle sometimes challenging situations that need a delicate hand. And they've done a very good job at it.
Great, thank you. Any other discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Absolutely. Thank you.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
yes,
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next matter of business, Scott Memard.
Yes, thank you. The second item really relates to the first from the school committee. And it has to do with the balancing of our school choice budget. And I'll read the motion and we can have a discussion. On a motion by myself, seconded by Councillor Gross, Budget and Finance Committee voted unanimously by roll call to recommend that the City Council approve a special budgetary transfer in the amount of $420,452 from the account as specified School General Fund, SPED, SPED, tuition, non-public school district-wide professional and technical, to the account as specified City General Fund, School Choice Sending tuition for the purpose of funding the school choice special education out-of-district tuition costs. And I so move.
Second.
Councilor Memard made the motion and it was seconded by Council Worthley. Is there discussion, councilors?
I believe Councillor Gross can give a good background on this.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Councilor.
So this is kind of a weird thing with school choice, where if a child goes to one of the surrounding districts, they choice out by the parents. And then that school district, they have a special need that school district cannot service, then that child then they send that child out to an out-of-district placement like the North Shore Consortium or Landmark, who then can service them. Now, it's a real oddity and a disadvantage to communities like Gloucester that have a fair amount of special education population, but because we have no say in the placement of that child, we just get the bill. Well, we don't even get the bill. It comes out of Chapter 70 funding that we get. It's taken out and sent then to the district. So the school's reimbursing from their out of district fund to the city for loss lost Chapter 70 money in that amount that it costs. So this is, I think it was 5 or 6 students that were sent out to out-of-district placements, but it's real important to know, this is, like I said, this has been something that really irritated me, because you would think that if the district that accepted the child can't service them within their thing, that would come back to us, and we would work on the IEP, individual education plan, work with the parents and the advocates and the special education team of teachers and social workers and things to find the correct placement. But we do not have any say in that. That all happens in, whether it's Manchester, Rockport, Hamilton, Wenham, they make those decisions and then send their child out. We have no say, we just get the bill. So that's where this is coming from.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Grow and then Counselor Memard.
I just want to, Tony, can you clarify for me that the real disadvantage on this is that because it's not coming out of our district as a placement, it doesn't apply to the sped circuit breaker?
Actually, we followed up on that and it does apply to the circuit.
It does, okay, all right.
So that would have really sent us over the top. Yeah.
Thank you. Counselor Memard, your hand was raised.
I just wanted to note that in our discussion with the school's CFO, Gary Frisch, we really reviewed in some detail how this out-of-school special education costs has dramatically increased just in the last 4 or 5 years. I believe it was maybe $100,000 4 years ago, and now we're up where the 420,000. So we've seen a dramatic increase for a variety of reasons.
Thank you. Any further discussions, counselors?
Yeah, I get to that point, Scott. There's very little, the schools that can take these out of district placements there's very little cost controls over them, and every year they annually raise their, sort of like health insurance, just count on 5 to 10% increase annually.
Thank you. Okay, let's take a roll call vote. Counselor Worthley,
Yes.
Counselor Gilman, yes. Counselor Gross,
Yes.
Counselor Grow,
Yes.
Counselor Majota,
Yes.
Counselor Memard,
Yes,
Counselor Nolan,
Yes.
Counselor O'Hara,
Yes.
Counselor O'Neill.
yes,
Yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business, Counselor Memard.
yes. The second item before us was a memorandum from the Assistant DPW Director requesting presenting and requesting a price increase for non-resident parking at the Stage Fort Park. And there's a schedule for that increase. There's a modest increase of typically from $15 to $20 on weekdays and $20 to $25 on weekends for passenger vehicles. And this is Stage Fort Park only. If there's
Thank you.
no, I'll go ahead and read the motion if you like.
Thank you.
Budget and Finance Committee unanimously recommends that the City Council approve the proposed change to the DPW Beach and Stage Fort Park Regulations Appendix A, parking and rental fees established pursuant to the beach parking fees for Stage Fort Park to be raised for certain subheadings as noted below in the schedule to be the new rates and are hereby amended based on the amendments of the Beach and Stage Fort Park Regulations Appendix A dated April 26, 2016, and which shall be filed permanently in the City Clerk's office as DPW regulations as approved by the City Council and pursuant to sections 7-16 of the City Charter, and to carry a new effective date of April 28th, 2022 as follows. And the schedule sets out the increases, which again are specific to passenger vehicles at Stage Fort Park, currently $15 during weekdays, being proposed $20, and $20 on weekdays being proposed to $25 on weekends and holidays. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Memard, seconded by Counselor Worthy. Is there discussion, counselors?
I just wanted to thank Mark Cole for his presentation to us and the work he's done, making sure that we're generating the revenue appropriate from our city resources.
Great, and I would just like to add that it was 6 years since these rates have been changed, so I think that it was time to make those changes, so I'll be supporting this. Any further discussions? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memhard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes, and Jill, did I just see a pirate in your office?
Sure.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
yes,
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business, Council Memard.
Yes, thank you. The third and final item from Budget and Finance for us this evening relates to a memorandum from the Interim Community Development Director requesting acceptance of a Seaport Economic Council grant for St. Peter's Landing and Harbor Walk improvements in the amount of $100,000. And I'll read the motion if you'd like me to go ahead.
Yes, thank you.
On a motion by Councillor Memhard, seconded by Councillor Worthley, Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call unanimously to recommend that the City Council accept a state grant under Mass General Law 4453A, a Massachusetts Seaport Economic Council grant for a total grant award of $100,000. The purpose of this grant is to conduct a feasibility evaluation and design improvements to St. Peter's Landing and Harbor Walk improvements. This grant is through June 30th, 2023, and the local grant match amount is $25,000, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Worthy. Is there a discussion? Council Nolan? Did you raise your hand?
I was waving to a pirate.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Seeing none, is there a roll call vote? Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow, Council Grow,
Yes. I thought it was
Thank you.
unmuted.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard.
Yes, and this will be good to see this work.
Great, thank you. Council Nolan,
Aye.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. That concludes the BNF presentation. And just a comment, it's really nice to have Councilor Gross on BNF because when we're talking about school matters, he certainly has a lot of history with that. And it's really helpful having sat on the last few calls. So good for you,
Absolutely.
Councilor Gross, for adding that value to our conversations. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Next order of business is the Ordinance Administration Committee did not meet on April 19th due to the holiday. So the next order of business is the Planning and Development Standing Committee report of April 20th.
Yep, I got something.
Councilor Grow.
Thank you. Just wanted to announce that we are going to be having a site visit next Tuesday, May 3rd, regarding special council permit 2022-003 East Main Street, number 115. This is for a restaurant with outdoor seating or with takeout constituting more than 20% of the total business or both. And section 5.18, excuse me, Marine Industrial District for a restaurant with outdoor seating in the MI district. This is 115 East Main Street. It's a site visit, so we're there to see the situation, ask questions, and the public is of course welcome to attend. This will be the Planning and Development Subcommittee. April 3rd, 2 o'clock. That's it. And
May
please,
3rd. I think
what's
it's
that?
May 3rd.
May 3rd, what did I say?
April 3rd.
Okay, April 3rd is fine too. May 3rd, May 3rd, 2 o'clock. And COVID protocol will be, as your comfort, will be outside. If you choose to wear masks and social distance, that's perfectly acceptable. Otherwise, we'll see you on the 3rd of May.
Could you just be clear, Jason, that this is the old Bob Clam Shack property?
This is the old Bob's Clam Shack property.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Next order of business is public hearing 2022-010, rezoning 2021-003, to amend Gloucester zoning ordinance, section 2.3.1 residential uses, section 3.2.1 dimensional requirements for single, two-family, and three-family dwellings, amend section 3.2.2 maximum building heights to 35 feet in zoning districts R30, R20, R10, and R5, amend the maximum building height to 45 feet in zoning districts CCD and CB, amend section 2.3.2.2 dimensional requirements for multifamilies and their accessory uses other than signs, amend section 3.1.6, special permit for building heights in excess of section 3.2 limits. All amendments as reflected in the draft proposal.
Wait, I'm going to open the public hearing and I'm going to continue it as it says on the agenda until May 10th, 2022. And I'd just like to encourage members of the public, if they wish to view the minutes of P&D from April 20th, 2022, you will see what we discussed and what our motions were. You can also log on and watch the Zoom recording if you are interested in that. So we look forward to continuing that on May 10th, 2022. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Next order of business is public hearing 2022-11, review of the open air parking space permit issued to John Williams at Essex Avenue, number 74, pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 148, Section 56, and the Gloucester Code of Ordinances, Chapter 22-153.
Great, I'd like to open the public hearing and ask Mr. Williams if you could present to our council this reapproval of your open air parking space permit. Welcome, John.
Thank you very much. We received this permit 5 years ago, and now it's time for us to renew it. What it allows us to do is that previously, a lot of people felt that they were entitled to park in our parking lot to go to neighboring locations. And when we asked them to leave, they'd yell and scream at us, and it just wasn't any fun. Worst part of the job. And since we put this in, we have a sign, well, we actually have 5 signs. And so a lot of people see the signs and they just U-turn out. Some people are happy to pay, but it's not many, so it doesn't affect our parking situation. And then of course, there's a bunch who make believe they don't see all 5 signs. And when we ask them to pay, they leave. So, but they're nice because they know they're in the wrong. So it's made our life a whole lot easier. We don't collect much money. I think the city actually makes a bigger profit on this through my fee than I make because I give half the money to the manager for chasing people in the parking lot. But it's just nice that people don't yell at us anymore.
That's awesome. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in support or in opposition to this open air parking space permit? I see Elizabeth Enfield has her hand raised for this public hearing. Counselor, Madam Clerk, would you bring?
She had her hand raised prior to this, so I'm not sure if she's going to speak on this, but I'll bring her in.
Okay, thank you. Elizabeth, this is Val Gilman, Council President, and we are doing the public hearing right now for the open air parking space permit.
Yeah, I wasn't really wanting to talk about that. I was wondering if you were speaking about those buildings that were going to be put into the MBTA, what that was a few weeks ago, or is that being tabled for another time or next week? Well, that's May 10th. I'm not sure what you're talking about in some cases.
Those
Like
particular amendments are going to be brought up on May 10th.
Well, can I interrupt?
But they're actually not specifically related to the MBTA transit guidelines. These are zoning amendments for multifamily and for height by right for 30 and 45 feet. And those matters will be have been continued until May 10th. So come back then and speak to us on that.
Because Tracy O'Neill, I did speak with her, but I haven't been able to speak to anybody else that was at that other meeting of the Portuguese Club, the people who came that Tuesday, which had to do with like Valerie Nelson and Sylvie Lakarova and Jira Schumacher was there, and I spoke at that, but then we went to the meeting and it was so late that I
Madam
fell
President.
asleep.
Okay,
And
Um,
I just wanted,
Elizabeth, this is a little bit off topic right now.
oh, I just want to know when to go for that, then I'll just get off and wait. I'll go to May 10th,
We would welcome you back on May 10th, so that's.
as long as it hasn't been voted on and it hasn't been discussed and it's
We're
being
not
tabled.
gonna even open up, we're not gonna even discuss this until May 10th, so we look
Mhm.
forward to having you back then.
Okay, and this is Tracy down here. I should,
I'm right here.
Okay, I think we're good.
We are
Um,
voting on some motions tonight, though, aren't we, on some amendments?
Nothing to do with the MBTA.
Right, okay.
Nothing to do with this public hearing.
Thank you, Council Gross and Grow. So is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor or opposition on this matter of item number 2, open air parking space permit? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, are there any correspondences on this public hearing matter?
There are none.
Counselors, are there questions that you have to our applicant or to P&D? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and ask for the committee report from P&D Chair, Councilor Grow.
Thank you very much. On a motion by Councilor Gilman, seconded by Councilor O'Neill, the Planning and Development Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council renew the license for Minutemen Cinemas Incorporated, doing business as Gloucester Cinema, John Williams owner at 74 Essex Avenue, map 218, lot 118, property owned by Tally's Trust for an open air parking lot under Gloucester Code of Ordinances, section 22-153, for 104 parking spaces with a parking space designated as reserved for fire department connection, for a total of 103 parking spaces, of which 4 are designated as handicapped parking spaces, based on a parking plan by Jonathan Poor Architectural Design and Restoration, 965A Washington Street, Gloucester, Mass. 01930, dated 12/12/1990. The license runs from May 1st, 2022 through April 30th, 2027, and I so move.
Second, there's a motion made by Councilor Grow and seconded by Val Gilman. Is there a narrative, Councilor Grow?
But the narrative is that this is, we renew licenses like this every 5 years. The fee is paid every year annually. There's been no complaints that were registered. Basically, there's no reason not to approve this permit, and I would support doing that.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion, we have a seconded. Is there further discussion, councilors? Seeing none, a roll call vote. Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes,
Council Grow,
Yep.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes, and thank you, John.
Council Nolan,
Absolutely, John. Keep up the good work.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill. Council. O'Neill,
Yes, yes.
Thank you. The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you, John.
Thank you very much to everyone.
For all these weeks too. That was awesome. Thank you.
Yes, I think it was great for the whole community as well
Thank
as
you.
me.
You do a lot
you.
for us, so we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go to
Bye-bye.
the movies.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, Madam President,
I see that Jean Cunningham has her hand raised, so can we try to bring her in if that's possible? Because perhaps there is she has a better opportunity to be heard. Jean, would you, Council O'Neill, did you have something other than that? Or- Go ahead.
I still have that problem, I see.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jean. Would you call me tomorrow and we can talk about what happened, and I'll route you in the right direction? That would be great. If you have a pen and paper, I'll give you my number.
Thank you.
978-621-4682. And thank you for your patience.
Thanks.
thank you. Sorry about the poor connection. Council O'Neill, you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I just want to clarify that we are voting on zoning amendments, even though they're nothing to do with the MBTA. We are voting on amendments tonight.
That is correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that for Elizabeth Enfield and for anybody else who was confused or is confused. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Order of business, public hearing 2022-012, review the open air parking space permit issued to William Mondello at Commercial Street number 44 pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 148, Section 56, and Gloucester Code of Ordinances, Chapter 22-153.
Madam President,
I was going to open the public hearing, but go ahead, Council Worthy.
I need to recuse myself. William Mondello is my favorite uncle, but he's my uncle nonetheless. I need to recuse myself. So I'll be here, but not participating in this conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. I'm going to ask Bill and Carol Mondello to please introduce yourselves and tell us about this open air parking permit.
Bill Mondello here.
Carol Mondello.
Just looking to renew our permit for 44 Commercial Street for open air parking. That's pretty much it. We've had no real issues. We've made no money, but we're trying to provide a service.
This is the lot that's adjacent to the St. Peter's parking lot down on Commercial Street.
Okay, thank you. Anything else to add?
We have very similar situation to the Gloucester Cinema in terms of people, you know, parking in the lot and trying to keep control of what's happening there. So we do charge a nominal fee to just cover the expenses to man the lot and keep it free of litter and debris and all of that.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak in favor or opposition? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, are there any correspondences that you'd like to communicate to the council?
There are no communications.
Councilors, do you have any questions to the Mondellos or to Councilor Grow? Councilor Nolan.
I have more of a comment. When Bill and Carol came before us with Mac Bell, it did not seem like 5 years ago. It seems like 2 years ago. Time flies. I have seen a difference in the way people have access to a lot that was usually not available. I believe it's a resource that helps out in that area of the fort, and they keep it clean, and I definitely will be supporting this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, councilors? Seeing none, I'd like to close the public hearing and ask Councilor Grow to do our committee report.
Sit back, it's a long read. This is basically the same thing. It's a 5-year renewal, annual payments, but somehow the Mondellos got saddled with a novel of conditions. So I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to read them all. But on a motion by Councilor Gilman, seconded by Councilor O'Neill, the Planning and Development Committee voted by roll call vote, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that City Council grant a license under Mass General Law 148, Section 56, GZO Section 2.3.6.1, parking of motor vehicles to service a use permitted in the MI district, and Gloucester Code of Ordinances Section 22-153 for an open air parking lot located at Commercial Street number 44, Assessors Map 7, Lot 17, zoned Marine Industrial, to William Mondello applicant through owner of property at Commercial Street number 44, Mac Bell, for Cove Harbor LLC for the purpose of operating an open air parking lot, which is to be found in harmony and purpose of Gloucester zoning ordinance section 1.8.3 with the following conditions. Chapter 2. 1, that this license shall be valid from May 1st to 2022 to April 30th, 2027 upon payment of appropriate fees to the city clerk. That the number 2, that the number of cars allowed to park on the public accessible lot and not reserved for an existing industrial warehouse by tenant or owner use at any one time is limited to 40, with 2 spaces designated as handicap parking, one of which is to be handicap van accessible. Number 3, that the individual parking spaces shall be delineated and be in accordance with the lot plan approved by the building inspector and on file with the city clerk's office upon adoption of a decision by the city council. Number 4, that any grassed and or landscaped areas in the parking lot be kept neat and regularly maintained. 5, that an attendant shall be on duty at all times during hours of operation. 6, that the parking lot maintains a carry in, carry out trash policy and assures such a policy is adhered to by its paying patrons. 7, signage, that the following shall be posted on a sign to be erected by the applicant. The size and location of said sign to be agreed with the building inspector. A, fee for parking. B, number of cars allowed by the permit. C, hours of operation. D, specified for which businesses and places patrons may utilize parking for. E, parking lot trash policy of carry in, carry out. Number 8, we're almost done, that the permit fee is to be paid yearly to the city clerk on April 30th. The application is to be reviewed by the city council in 5 years unless it is deemed that there is a cause to review the permit sooner due to any violations of conditions herein. The city of Gloucester shall not be held liable for any claims incurred by the parking lot operation. Number 10, that the applicant obtain a certificate of insurance in the aggregate amount of $1 million, naming the city of Gloucester as the certificate holder, and that the coverage run for the duration of the yearly permit. 11, that the applicant have prepared and present a certified locus map of the open air parking lot showing all designated public parking spaces for a fee, indicate the location of the parking attendant, handicap spaces, and those spaces reserved for tenant parking by a professional engineer to the city council at the time of the public hearing. And I so move. Thank you.
Is there a
Second.
second?
Second,
Somebody better
I
second
heard,
that.
Council O'Neill, I believe. So is there a discussion, councilors?
None. Straightforward. Except for 11 conditions.
Seeing none. Our roll call vote. Council Worthley.
He can't.
Oh, I'm sorry. He recused himself. Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Absolutely.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
yes, of course.
The yeses have it, 8 in favor, 1 recused, 0 opposed. I see Council Grow has his hand up.
I just want to make sure, Joanne, that their permit goes into effect on May 1st. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay, there you go. You're all set to go. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank-
Mondello.
Thank
for
you
being
all.
here.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sean.
Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Next order of business is public hearing 2022-008, special city council permit 2022-002, Main Street number 222, map 13, lot 17, Gloucester zoning ordinances, sections 2.3.1, parentheses 8, conversion to or new multifamily or apartment dwelling, 7 or more dwelling units to convert from a 3-family to a 7-family dwelling in the CB Central Business District.
I'd like to open the public hearing, which was continued from our last meeting of April 12th, 2022. As you all remember, we had technical difficulty in the first 8 minutes of that meeting with the Zoom. And what we decided to do is we did start the public hearing then. And we offered to allow people that might want to speak on this matter in favor or in opposition. So Attorney Fine, if you're comfortable with the fact that we were all here for the presentation on April 12th, I'm comfortable with continuing with comments from the public in favor or opposition. Are you comfortable with us moving forward with that at this point?
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So members of the public, if anyone would like to speak in favor or opposition to this matter, would you raise your hand? We have LJ. LJ, would you come in and introduce yourself and your name, and you have up to 3 minutes and to speak in favor or opposition. And our city clerk, Joanne Sinos, will keep track of the time and let you know when the 3 minutes is up. So introduce
Hi,
yourself.
can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, thank you. I'm Lisa Rigsby, 3 Taylor Court. I live close to that area, just up the street, but I'm not saying I'm in favor or against this project, but more question about parking. And if you already spoke about that, would you mind revisiting the parking for the change in the unit size? Thank you.
So what we will do is we will answer that in the council of questions, which is later on in the public hearing. But thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak in favor or opposition? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, any correspondences?
Yes, there was a correspondence from Sunny Robinson who shared her thoughts that she was glad to see that Main Street multifamily building get clearly identified, and especially to hear the owner's commitment to charging rents that are within the realm of the generally affordable for Gloucester. But she would join the discussion by urging the applicant to voluntarily declare one of them as formally affordable in an ongoing deed restricted manner. And that would follow the true spirit of our zoning codes, even if by the letter of law is not strictly required to.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Counselors, any technical questions? I think the first one was mentioned by Lisa Rigsby, so I'd like to offer that question to Attorney Fine. If you would address that, that would be great.
Sure. Hi, Lisa. Meredith Fine here. There's currently no parking associated with the building. And under the zoning ordinance, because the building is close enough to a city parking lot, no parking is required. So we're not changing the current situation.
Thank you, Attorney Fine. Counselors, any more questions that you have for Attorney Fine or for our P&D Chair, Council Grow? Seeing none, I will close up. Council Worthley has his hand raised. Would you unmute yourself?
I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
about that. Thank you. Just a general question, and I think this is for Attorney Fine. As I see it, when I drive by this property, this is not new construction and this is not a new project. It's confirming an existing use as we see it today. So there's not going to be a creation of any new additional units. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask our P&D Chair to do committee report.
Committee report. Excuse me. On a motion by Councilor Gilman, seconded by Councilor O'Neill, the Planning and Development Committee voted roll call. 1, Gilman in favor, 2 against, opposed, O'Neill, Grow and O'Neill. Opposed to recommend that the City Council grant to 222 Main Street Holdings LLC a special council permit 2022-002 for the property located at Main Street number 222, lots of twos, Assessors Map 13, Lot 17 in the Central Business District pursuant to Gloucester Zoning Ordinance Section 2.3.18, conversion to or new multifamily or apartment dwelling, 7 or more dwellings to convert from a 3-family to a 7-family dwelling. This permit is made on the basis of plans and elevations dated November 14th, 2020, and submitted to the city clerk on February 9th, 2022, entitled Floor Plans for 222 Main Street, Gloucester, and plan dated June 24th, 2020, and submitted February 9th, 2022, entitled Mortgage Inspection Plan located at 222 Main Street, Gloucester. Subject to new information and or debate, results from the public hearing, the special permit is deemed to be in harmony with the intent and purpose of the zoning ordinance, and I so move.
Second.
I'll second that if I didn't hear anyone else. So we have a motion by Councilor Gross, seconded by Councilor Gilman. So before we start stating our opinions on this, what I'd like to do is suggest that we open this up for a discussion. So we'll start with Councilor Grow.
Can I read the narrative first?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, please.
Absolutely. My
Yeah,
bad. Go
that's
ahead,
all right.
thank you.
It's a little bit long. The applicant is coming before the city council for a city council special permit under 2.3.8, conversion of multifamily, 7 or more units, to properly permit and legalize the status of a 7-unit multifamily building at 222 Main Street in the Central Business District. Attorney Fine presented some inspection documents from 1989 to 1990 and 2008 that indicate that the units have been existing for at least this long, but were never properly permitted. The applicant's bank is requesting the permit to formally legalize the buildings as 7 residential units and 3 existing commercial ground floor properties. Attorney Fine outlined the current rental rates and indicated that 4 of the 7 were currently being subsidized by Action Inc., and that there was no intention to turn the property into condos. In the application for the permit, it is stated the owner intends to maintain the units as affordable. There was discussion as to whether this application would trigger section 5.11 or 511 of the zoning ordinance, the inclusionary housing ordinance, since the building was 7 units. Attorney Fine disagreed, stating that there was no creation of any new units, only the legal recognition of 4 existing units that were in addition to the 3 previously constructed units. Councilor Grove disagreed with the interpretations of 511, arguing that special permit was in fact creating a 7-unit multifamily. Guidance from the building inspector and the assistant city solicitor was sought to clarify the intent of the zoning ordinance and the applicability in this instance. The discussion was originally continued for 2 weeks. In a determination issued by the building inspector and assistant city solicitor, they concurred that the inclusionary housing ordinance 511 is not triggered until there is a net creation of 6 new units. So 511 wouldn't apply in this particular application. The chair of P&D then explained his concerns with his position and indicated that given that this was a conditional permit, that in order to show commitment to maintaining the units as affordable, the applicant should voluntarily deed restrict 1 unit in the building. Further, it was discussed that without the deed restriction, there was nothing legally compelling the current owner or any future owner of the property from abandoning the affordability and renovating the units in order to bring them into market rates or to sell as individual condos also at market rate. Concern was raised that this is a potential foothold for gentrification, and this potential would negatively impact section 1.8.3 standards to be applied. Number 4, neighborhood character and social structure. Attorney Fine disagreed and stated the current owner had no intention of flipping the property, that the property was not a good candidate for gentrification given that it was made up of small apartments, 4 stories tall, and had no elevator, no parking, and no view. Further stated that she further stated that adding the deed restriction would potentially affect the financing and value of the property. Seeking the permit was a requirement of the lender. Other counselors expressed concern of a potential loss of affordable units should the current owner decide to sell the property, indicating that a new owner may not have the same intention to maintain affordability. The standards to be applied as outlined by the applicant were read, and I will read them now very quickly. Section 1.8.3. Number 1, social, economic, or community needs served by the proposal. The applicant is seeking to certify a building configuration that has existed for decades. The building is mixed commercial residential with 3 retail units on the first floor and 7 residential units above. The additional residential units would increase the city's affordable rental housing stock. The additional residential units would increase the city's affordable rental housing stock. The applicant who purchased the building seeks to confirm the existing configuration. Number 2, traffic flow and safety. There will be no effect on traffic flow and safety. 3, adequacy of utilities and other public services. There will be no noticeable effect on utilities and other public services. Number 4, the neighborhood character and social structure. This is a dense downtown neighborhood. There have been 4 additional units on site for many years with no harm. Number 5, qualities of the natural environment. This is a dense downtown neighborhood. There would be no effect on the natural environment. 6, potential fiscal impact. There would be no net benefit or cost. The building has been assessed at 4 to 8 units for many years. And I believe that is the end of my narrative. There was vigorous discussion, I'd say, regarding the above issues, and the motion was voted on. So there you go. So that's where we are.
Thank you. So let's have a discussion and let's make sure that we discuss this before we start sharing what our vote is going to be, because this is important and we want to have a rigorous conversation about this. So Councilor Grow.
On the motion, and as I indicated in the narrative, and I'm trying to keep that as neutral as possible, we have a inclusionary housing ordinance that is designed to increase dedicated affordable housing, and I originally believed that this would trigger that. Since learned that the building inspector and the assistant City solicitor disagreed, and we're going to have a conversation about that because I think that we need to amend that so that future projects coming before us are more clearly delineated. But there's 2 points in this application that concern me, and one of them is in the application itself, which number 4 of the application, the nature of relief requested in the detailed explanation. It says in the process of purchasing the premises, the applicant could not find a city council permit authorizing 7 residential units. The building is currently approved for 3 units. We are asking the city council to ratify the current longstanding status of the building as 7 residential units. And here's the point that I stick on. The owner intends to maintain the units as affordable. And affordable has a definition. It's got a very specific definition. It is true that they are currently at or are below market rates for what might be considered, they're below market rates, and the Attorney Fine has made that clear. But there is nothing following the issuance of this permit that maintains that the applicant is required to keep these as affordable, or that any future owner is required to keep these affordable. And my concern is that this then reflects on number 4 of the 1.8.3, which is neighborhood character and social structure. And that is that if these units are renovated, modified by the owner, or they are sold in the future to be renovated and modified and brought up to market rate, the very nature of doing that is going to impact the neighborhood character and social structure. So it's my contention that even though we're not bound by 511 to require a committed affordable unit, and I respect the applicant's assertion that they intend to keep it as affordable, my feeling is that if it's in the application, it needs to be in writing in the permit, and we need to have a defined affordable unit available in perpetuity for this unit. Because, and with no disrespect to the applicant, they could turn around in a year and sell this, and there'd be nothing that the city could do about maintaining any affordability in that. You'd have a 7-unit market rate apartment unit on Main Street. So those are my concerns. And so I guess if the applicant hadn't put in that they intend to maintain them as affordable, I wouldn't have much of a peg to put my hat on. But I do feel like these are conditional permits, and this is a condition I think that is warranted by the applicant's own wording. So that's where I stand on this.
Thank you, Counselor. Who else would like to speak on this matter? Council Worthley and then Council Memard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councilor Grow. As I see this, I see it very differently. This is the exact kind of project that we should be encouraging and supporting. Infill development, property rental above retail. My understanding is that there are 2 of these units are rented to people who are otherwise homeless. So if we're going to vote no on this application and return it to a 3-unit development, now 4 families are homeless. I can't imagine that's the intention. Action is the funding mechanism for this development of this project. And I understand we all believe that Action and believe in the mission of Action is supporting the people that need the most help in our community. So I think that our words matter, our intentions matter, our tone matters. And I think you've done a great job representing your position, Councilor Grow. My assertion is that when people think about doing business with the city, they look at this process and say, is it easy to work with the city council, or is it a challenge to work with the city council? And if we have the old reputation, if you can't get anything done in Gloucester, people won't. And so this is the kind of thing where we should be moving forward very expeditiously on this. It's a good project, it's owned locally, it's supported by Action. I can't see any reason why we'd be trying to hang up the process to make them deed restrict something. And essentially in business, if you make one of them deed restricted and affordable, then I don't know if you want to be the one to pick which ones become more expensive to justify that cost. I don't want to be in that business. And then I don't want to be charging more people, the other 6 units, more money to make one of them affordable. So this is in my opinion, it's a fantastic project. It should have been permitted correctly years ago. I think we're cleaning up a mistake in terms of paperwork and the city. We're not adding, this is no new construction. We shouldn't be getting more legal opinions on the definition of creation of units. I think our position is very defendable the way it is. I don't think we should be going against our own city legal department. And I'd like to see us move as forward with this as possible. Obviously, Madam Chair, you said you don't want us to indicate our position in this conversation. I've never been part of these kind of conversations without saying how we're going to vote. But to me, it's very clear. This is the exact kind of project we should support.
Thank you, Council Worthley. Council Memard.
Yes, thank you. And I respect both Councillor Worthley and Councillor Grow for their perspective on this. And it's an interesting project. It's a interesting building, an unusual one. And I would request that Attorney Fine speak to why her client would choose not to make one voluntarily as a deed restricted affordable unit. That would be a helpful clarification for me to understand.
So let's continue with our discussion, and then I will ask for us to amend our point of order here and allow Attorney Fine to answer that question. So without objection, let's continue with the discussion, and we will bank that as a question to ask Attorney Fine. Thank you, Council Memard. Appreciate it.
I understand everything that's going into this, and I understand it's been a 7-unit for a long time. I also understand Councilor Grove's thoughts on this. It does make sense that we try to protect and maintain affordable housing in Gloucester. My only problem with this is that by law, I don't think we can really impose this on the situation. This is one that really got by us. We can look into the laws, but I guess my biggest concern would be is why something this large has gone so long without properly being permitted through our inspectional services. It just goes to show that we do have some issues that we need to look into. I think it's unfair that we have to go through this because a bank found an error, and I think that we should expect a little bit more from our services to look into these things and to find out what's going on. All this being new to everybody over the last 20 years. It's unfortunate that we're sitting here, but I find no reason that we can go after anybody for what they're doing right now with the past history of how they've already been permitted and let go. So Councilor Grove, thank you for all your hard work. I believe in that. And I think that we're just at a crossroad where there's not much we can do, but we can investigate, look for more answers, and hope that this never comes up again and we can nip it in the butt.
Thank you, Councilor Nolan. Any other councilors like to speak on this matter before we ask the question to Attorney Fine? Councilor O'Neill?
I am curious, and I don't know if this question's for Jeff or whomever. If we don't approve this, does it go, what happens? I mean, is it a 3-family, or like Jeff said, do 4 families get kicked out because now it's only zoned for 3 families?
So let's bank that as a question
Okay.
that we will get to. Thank you. Councilor Gross, and then Councilor Grow.
Yeah, I agree with Councilor Nolan. It really is kind of alarming that this has gone on for so long, and it has had inspections and not been flagged to make this a legal 7-unit building. I also understand where Councilor Grow is coming from. This absolutely shows us where we have a weakness in that ordinance and need to fix it. It also spotlights another thing that concerns me, and that's the buildings without parking in proximity to public parking lots. And I know that right now, we don't have the staff in the planning department, and hopefully when we look at our budget, we will think about this, but I think we need to see how many times each one of those parking spaces is counted. So I think that's another weakness that's shown up here. We did get a ruling from our legal department and our building inspector, who is the enforcement officer, that says that this does not trigger the inclusionary zoning. So that's kind of a hurdle that I don't think we can leap over. So, but I do think that those other issues are right there, and I think we need to take, at our earliest convenience, is rectify this ordinance so that it is applicable on this, because I think that this would be a good use of that ordinance, but unfortunately, we're gonna miss out on this one unit.
I would like to just react to Councilor Gross's comment because it's pertinent. Attorney Basu is not here tonight, but she was clear to me that that if she was here, she would be clear that it's her interpretation of this. That was her legal interpretation of how she interpreted this. So that was where, you know, I feel like it's appropriate for me to mention that. I will ask Councilor Grow to speak, and then I'd like a turn at speaking before we.
Sure. I just want to just hit back on a couple of points. And again, in rereading the social and economic and community need by the proposal, the applicant states that the additional residential units would increase the city's affordable rental housing stock. That is not technically true. While they will be affordable at the current rate that they're being rented at, they do not count on our affordable housing stock because they're not deed restricted. So again, you know, that goes along with the owner intends to maintain the units as affordable. My feeling is that this is a conditional permit. While I agree, and grudgingly, that Attorney Basu is correct, by the way, that the ordinance is written and we can't impose 511. That's why I suggested that the applicant could voluntarily offer up a unit as deed restricted. Because here's the thing, and not, again, Mayor Define, please don't take this the wrong way, but there's nothing that prevents the owner of this building in a month from now from tearing it down and rebuilding a 7-unit, 3 residential market rate building. Okay, he would still have to go through the process, but there'd be no deed restriction whatsoever. So you could see a complete transformation of that particular building without any recourse by the council in terms of affordability. Excuse me, Bill Sandburn, my understanding is that his belief in the letter of the 511 is that if those units exist at any time, they always exist. So even if they're torn down and rebuilt to 7, you would never get an affordable unit there. So, you know, I get it. I understand. I also want to take a little issue. While Action is paying and subsidizing the rent for some of these people, this is not an Action project. And there's certainly nothing about this that is an Action related project other than they are providing funding for some of the tenants. And that's an application process that they go through. Again, there's no guarantee that any of this will continue once the permit is granted. I hope it does. I hope that the applicant is true to their word, and 30 years from now, we still have affordable units there. But I like to see things in writing, and that's where I stand, and I will continue to feel that way.
Great. So my comments, if no one else that hasn't spoken. See none. I too believe that this is in harmony with the central business zone. And the building is exactly as it was in 2008. The city performed an inspection which showed 7 residential units. It's been taxed as such since then. In 2020, the new owner learned that the building was only permitted for 3 residential units by right, and 4 units were never approved by the city council. And that's why Attorney Fine is representing her client right now and coming back in front of us. The one matter that I shared my concerns with, and I'm actually the one that brought up the need for affordable at that first meeting that you were in front of us, because it just triggered our requirement for a deed restricted unit for 6 units. And I did bring that up. And the issue that I'm really troubled by is that the application clearly says that it addresses a need by having more affordable housing, which to me, as Councilor Grow did say, that if the owner goes tomorrow and decides to turn this over, all the goodness of the action, subsidized rent, and how that is really the right thing for these folks, there could be nothing that will be required of the new owners of this if we support this tonight. And that is a concern. I am troubled. I am conflicted. I voted in favor of this at the last meeting, and I really wanted to hear what all of you had to say. I did not vote in opposition because of the legal advice that we were given, but it's legal advice. And, you know, I'm really conflicted. Unfortunately, I'm second on the roll call tonight. You know, I will make my decision based on what I think is appropriate. But I'd like at this point, if no one else would like to speak, I'd like to ask Attorney Fine. I think the first question that was asked was a question about, I think this was from Council Memard, and it was about why the your applicant, Attorney Fine, was not willing to offer a deed restricted unit. If you could address that. I'm kind of suspending our rules right now, but these questions are valid for our decision. So
do you mind if I go through the questions in accordance with my notes? That would be a little bit
sure,
easier.
that's fine. Without objection, counselors, is that okay? Proceed.
First of all, let me thank you for this opportunity to rebut or answer these questions. I appreciate it. And second of all, I do want to thank you for the amount of thought that all of you have put into this. Believe it or not, I appreciate it. So let me start with Councilor O'Neill's questions. What happens if we don't approve it? And then I'm going to end up with with Mr. Grove's, some of Mr. Grove's points. So what happens if you don't approve it is that I believe that the building inspector would have to declare 4 of those units uninhabitable. I really believe that. And I don't think that that's something that the city council wants to be in the business of doing. And I don't see how the building inspector can get around doing kicking out those 4 families. So honestly, I don't think that that's a reasonable option. That's up to you. This is your vote. Councilor Memard said, why not make it a deed restricted? Part of the challenge here is that it's not just up to the applicant, that the lender strongly prefers not to impair their collateral with a deed restriction. Deed restrictions are expensive. They're not just a piece of paper. They are something that lowers the value of a property, whether we like it or not. And so certainly in this case, the lender loaned the money on the basis of how the building is today, did not loan the money on the basis of having a unit that was deed restricted. So the main reason that they don't want to do it is it reduces the value of the property. Let's be honest. And now I'd like to turn to Councilor Grove's points. I respect what he's worried about, this issue of gentrification. And this idea that this building can be torn down and renovated, or renovated without tearing it down. But I think it's important for you all to understand the economics of this building. So the value of this building is in the revenue stream, in the rents. That's the value of this building. The fact that Action subsidizes many of these units, and hopefully at some point all of these units, what Action pays for these units is actually more than what they would get on the open market. That's how small these units are. So the value in the building is in the rents. So, but let's say that, Mr. Grow, let's say that this actually happens, that somebody buys the building and wants to either tear it down or renovate it to the studs. The cost of renovating this, let's say renovating, because to tear, I was surprised to hear what you were saying about that if they tear it down, they don't have to come back to the city council.
Can I clarify that?
Yeah.
They do have to come back for a special permit for the permitting of a multifamily or
Right.
that kind of thing. But they would not be subject to 511 and the creation of a, if they rebuilt a 7-unit, they wouldn't be subject to 511. Bill has made that clear.
Okay, news to me. But let's just say, for example, that the most practical fear here is that the building would be renovated. So to renovate this building into high-end apartments or condominiums, you would have to spend so much money. You'd have to put in an elevator. You'd have to put in safety equipment. You'd have to find parking, because you're not going to sell high-end condominiums or apartments without parking. It's just not going to happen at this site. It's just not. The amount of money that you'd have to spend to renovate it, you'd never get it back if you sold these units as condos. It's completely uneconomical. The building is worth about $2 million today. I'm just guessing that you'd have to put in $1 million to rebuild it into something that would be that valuable, that it'd be worth gentrification. You're not going to get that money back. The reason that this building is valuable is for the revenue stream, for the rents. And so I understand the fear of gentrification. I get that, but this is not the hill to die on for that cause. I think those were all the questions I was asked.
Thank you. Any other questions that you want to ask counselors? Anyone else want to make any comments in the discussion before we do a roll call on the vote? Is
Yes,
everyone clear?
I-
Go ahead.
Yep.
I'm going to call on Council Majota and then back to you, Council O'Neill. Go ahead.
Just when you said the units are small, like what's are they more like studio size places or 1-bedroom? Like what's the size of the apartments itself?
I don't think there's this, I think there's, I want to be careful here. You know, can I come back to that? I want to open up the floor plans.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
So as Attorney Fine opens up the floor plan, I don't know if she can multitask and answer a question, but
She can. She gets paid handsomely for multitasking.
Okay, so I'll ask Council
We did.
O'Neill and Council Worthley. Go ahead.
Yep, I don't think this is a question. It's, I had originally voted against this project, but I've gone back and watched the P&D meeting, and I think that I would almost be hypocritical if I voted against this, because it seems like the city is trying to force someone to do something with this building. The way I see something else being forced upon someone else. I just don't think it's, I would be hypocritical if I voted against it. So I will be voting in favor of this. I think the law says we need to vote in favor of it. I live right down the street from this building. So I just think it's the right thing to do. I don't want to put families on the street either, so. And that's about
Council
it.
O'Neill, thank you. Council O'Neill, I just want to repeat what I said to Council Gross, and that is Attorney Baysud absolutely said to me that it was her interpretation of the law. She wanted to be clear that it was her interpretation. And, you know, Bill Sanborn is the inspector and he's the enforcement agent. So I did want to make sure that I was clear with that without her being here to say that. So I think Council Worthley had his hand raised, and then we can go back to Attorney Fine and have her answer Councilor Majota's question. And someone on my cell phone has just reminded me that someone's needs to mute their dog from barking. So I'm just going to mention that to you. Just thank you, Memard, for Councilor Memard for fessing up. You've got quite an active household, I know. So I'll ask Council Worthley to speak.
Yes, I am passionately voting yes for this. I stated reasons earlier why. I think if we were to vote no, it's absolutely the case that within 30 days, the building inspector is going to say these other units are not able to be occupied. And in this rental market, we want to take four families and say, good luck. And we know that their income situation is not such that they would even get approved anywhere. So we're basically gentrifying Gloucester if we were to vote no against this. These are the people that are most vulnerable. And I think to put them in a position where they don't have a home is completely contradictory to our belief in affordable housing. So I don't know if I'm still here, no one's moving all of a sudden.
Okay, but we can still hear you even though your lips aren't moving. Oh, now they're moving again. So as long as we have your voice.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So I think that we should be encouraging this. Our attorney says, when she says it's her opinion, it means that if we were to be sued for this, she would have to represent us on something she disagrees with. And I don't see any scenario where we would win that battle or we should even try. This is the kind of project we want. And if otherwise, do we want to tell those 7 units? Because I would be happy to send, I don't mean this derogatorily, be happy to send Councilor Grow to tell the 4 families, which ones need to leave, because I think that was absolutely opposite of what we're trying to accomplish here. So I've made my point clear. I hope that my fellow councilors vote yes as well.
Thank you. Councilor Majota, and then back to Councilor Fine.
I don't want to
Other
speak
time,
for
Counselor.
So I just don't want to speak for Jason Grubb, but I don't think he wants to throw anyone on the streets or anything like that.
Right. That,
You know,
and right.
I just want to make sure, like, he's not, no one wants that. I think I understand what he's going for and everything. And I don't think he's going to be the one to be like, you got to move. You know, that's not what he's about or anything like that. So I just wanted to say that about Jason. Not just,
If I could, I would say that my record on affordable housing, on issues dealing with people who are in the margins of this community doesn't need to be sullied with the idea that I'm pulling a Schindler's List here.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna stop you there. But you know, don't sit there and say I'm going to send you to go tell these people they're going to move out of here. I will come back to you in a year when that building is empty, and all 7 residents have been tossed out. So I don't want to get into that kind of tit for tat.
Let's continue on with the
Can I
issues.
I'll answer the question about the number of bedrooms.
Go ahead. And I think it was the square footage as well.
Oh, the square footage.
Yeah.
I mean, I just more of this, just the size. I don't need the square footage, I guess.
Okay.
Well, the biggest apartment has 825 square feet. That's the biggest one.
Okay.
And then there are 3 single bedroom, 3 2-bedrooms, and 1 3-bedroom. So these are small.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council Worthy, and then we will do the roll call. Go ahead, Councilor.
I just want to apologize. Councilor Grow, your record is very clear. I'm not trying to sully that. I got a little passionate about the issue in general, and I apologize. I think the impact of a no vote would be that there would be a violation of occupancy permit, and the building inspector would be the one to have to make that known. And the ultimate result would be that there'd be 4 more families looking for housing in this market right now. And so I apologize that got personal. I just am very passionate that we do what we can, just as you are passionate about it. And I still think that this is a reason why we should be voting yes. Thank you.
And Council Worthy, just to add, our code of conduct states exactly what you just did. So you said something that you realized that you were uncomfortable with, and you went back and you apologized on the spot. So that's very admirable. So thank you for doing that.
I hope that's acceptable.
Okay, I think we've talked about this one enough. Having seen no hands raised at this point, I will ask for a roll call vote. And for this, we need 6 votes in favor for a special counsel permit. So I will ask Council Memard, do you want to say something before we?
I'm sorry. Yes, just before we vote, following up what Councillor Grow eloquently stated, and I think it's going to be very interesting to see what happens over this property in the next few years. And I'd like to say that the burden of our concerns has been clearly expressed, and it's on the lender and the owners to not sully the well that our approval is granting them. I think there's a burden associated that we clearly identified in this conversation. I will be supporting it, but I think there's a burden on the new owner of this property and their lender to continue in good faith with the current type of occupancy and availability of housing at affordable prices that's reflected under the current configuration.
Thank you, Counselor. And I would just add one thing before the roll call vote. And that is one of the things that I admire about Councilor Grow is that he is already looking at this ordinance and thinking about the word creation. And I think that that word needs to be amended, and he's already looking into the Word document and working with our community development interim director on that wording, which could be something that would come back to us at P&D, and that is proactive legislation. So I appreciate that. So having said that, I think we've exhausted this conversation. It's been a good conversation. So I'd like to call the roll. Council Worthley.
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
No.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
Yes.
The yeses have it on the special counsel permit, 8 in favor, 1 opposed. Council Grow. Thank you, Attorney Fine, and thank you, Council Grow, for your passion and for leading us through this conversation.
Thank you all. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Next order of business is public hearing 2021-032, the rezoning 2021-003. In accordance with Gloucester zoning ordinance 1.112 parentheses A, amend Gloucester zoning ordinances section 2.3.1, residential uses 3.2, dimensional tables, dimensional requirements for multifamily dwellings and their accessory uses other than signs, and section 3.16B, building heights in excess of 35 feet, continued from April 12th, 2022.
So I will open the public hearing, reopen the public hearing, sorry, and which was continued from April 12th, 2022. And at that point, we concluded our meeting discussing that we would leave the meeting at the point of the correspondence after we closed the meeting at 11:30. So, and then merge into our technical questions asked of the planning director, Greg Ketamatore. So I will ask that we continue, Madam Clerk, with the committee report for, not the committee report, but for the correspondence as the continuation of our public hearing. Council O'Hara has his hand raised. Go ahead, Councilor.
Yes, Madam Chair, I challenge your position on this. I believe that we should be, that we did not close the speaking at the last previous meeting, and for various reasons, which I'd be more than happy to explain. But I feel that the public should have the opportunity to continue to voice their support or opposition.
Okay, so let me clarify that, Council O'Hara, you are appealing the decision of the chair, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there a second on that, which is required?
Second.
Okay, we have Council O'Hara is appealing the decision of the chair, and Council Worthley is seconded that. And the question is, shall the decision of the chair be sustained? And I begin that conversation and explain the decision of the chair, and then we'll open it up for participation before we seek a vote. At the end of the meeting, and by the way, Greg Catamatori has now joined us, which is awesome, as has, and Jill Cahill is still here. So they are still here for the technical part of this, this public hearing. So on March 22nd, we had a long agenda, and at 11 o'clock, we voted as a council, which is required per our governing rules of procedure, that we needed a roll call vote to continue. That roll call was 6 in favor, 3 opposed. The folks opposing were Councilor O'Neill, Councilor O'Hara, and Councilor Gross. We continued to talk to listen to the members of the public during that delta of time. And as I recall, at about, I recall about 4 or 5 speakers between that time. And then at somewhere at around 11:25, 26, I looked at the list of attendees, and there was one hand that was up at that point. It was Lisa Rigsby. Lisa Rigsby was actually, her hand was up for the entire meeting. She was speaking in the presentation for the opposition, and she also did a rebuttal, and her hand was up for the entire presentation. So at that point, Councilor Memard made a motion to continue with the discussion, and then right after that, as part of the conversation, Councilor Grow and I both stated that continuation would continue at the point of where we left off, which was at the answering the correspondence, which was the amount of folks in favor or opposition that were in the packet of March 22nd, which was about 500 pages, including petitions, and that would be reported as part of the public hearing process phase. And then we would get on to the technical questions component, which is the final stage of a public hearing. So that was that was our decision. Our council voted 9 in favor, 0 opposed to support Councilor Memard's motion. We have that validated in our minutes, and I have listened to the Zoom recording 5 or 6 times, and I feel very comfortable with the decision that we made as a council. And my job as your council president is to lead a meeting and to make sure that our process is fairly governed. And I feel very comfortable with that. And I also feel comfortable with the support that I felt this entire council gave to our rules of procedure at the end of the night. Having said that, it was a long night. I had a miserable head cold, but I felt that we worked really hard to stick with it to the end, and I appreciate that. So that's my, that is my comments, and I will ask counselors to sustain my ruling. But at this point, the rules of procedure say that we should all have an opportunity to speak in favor of opposition. So who would like to speak first on that? Councilor Grow, Go ahead.
I too went back and looked at the end of that meeting. It was a long meeting. It was very clear that you, the final person that spoke that evening, you said, that's it. And we stopped and we discussed whether or not we would need to extend the meeting to continue another half an hour to begin the correspondence and questions period. And it was decided at that point by Council Memhard to move that we would continue our discussion. And I take that as meaning the council's discussion to the next meeting. There was one person who, during the course of that conversation, raised their hand. And the question was asked by you, Chairman, do we start the meeting with this person who's just raised their hand? And multiple members of us shook our heads, and at least one of us said no. And then we moved to vote and we ended the evening. It's very clear that we have given ample opportunity for people to give input, both in terms of correspondence, but also in terms of the public hearing and to give personal input. But I don't see how we can stop and start meetings sort of at will. There was a decision made and we made that decision. There's no substantive reason I can see for going backwards. We stopped the meeting at the public comment. We agreed that we would begin our discussion at the next meeting with correspondence and communications and questions, and that's where we are. So I will be supporting your determination.
Thank you, Councillor. So let's see, Councillor Nolan and then Councillor Worthley. Councillor Nolan, you are muted.
No, I am not.
Okay.
I have watched the video. I can see where some people may not understand what's going on, but you watch it closely, and if you listen to how things transcribed in that, I specifically voted on the motion to continue the meeting at the point of communication and councillor questions. At that point, I believe that I was voting that the public input had come to an end and that we have given ample time for people to speak. And there was, the only hand that I saw was Lisa Rigsby. And that was asked if she wanted to speak again, and we couldn't get her. So to what I heard and to what I voted on was the fact that we would resume this under communications, meaning electronic communications and councillor questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Worthley and then Councillor Memard.
Thank you, Madam President. Firstly, I'd like to say we have done a fantastic job in capturing public input. So I don't think there's any aspersions meant here that you've done anything that's not fair and by the book. At 11:30 at night, I voted with the rest of you to continue the public hearing. And I think there's a question of interpretation of what hearing the public means. For me, that means hearing from the public. I understand there's a broader definition that includes the communications and our discussion, but the motion by Councilor Memhard was not to continue the communication from the council, it was to continue the public hearing. And so the only question I would raise is the fact that we were at 11:30 at night. We have to at least contemplate that when we started the meeting, there were 153 people on the agenda, on the Zoom meeting. A couple had come for taxi issues, and so that that number would drop. But at that point in the night, there was 97 people on the hearing. So we lost 60 or 70 people. Did they just tune out, or did they fall asleep, or did they take care of their kids or elderly parents? I think that the mindset should be, if there are people here that want to speak, we should let them. And I don't mean that there's any nefarious reasons not to do it, but my thought process is the last thing we need is someone saying, you didn't bother to listen to us. So I would support continuing the public meeting where we left off, including anybody else speaking in favor or opposition. I do want to ask the question, Madam Chair. You stated Councilor Harris appealing the ruling of the chair in reverse, though. Are we voting a yes vote would support your ruling or a no vote? I'm just trying to make sure that's clear. If you could clarify that, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, on the rules of procedure that I sent out this week to make sure that we were all clear on this. It is the decision of the chair. The question is, shall the decision of the chair be sustained? So that is the appeal that I voiced at the time that Council O'Hara made his motion.
So a
Okay.
no vote would mean we would continue the hearing with public comment. A yes vote would be we move to communications and councilor questions.
The decision of the chair is that we acted and that were appropriate. So a yes vote would be to support my decision. A no vote would be to oppose my decision. Okay, does that clarify that? I'm glad that you're asking for clarification because we want to be clear on this, okay? I want to make sure everyone talks before Councilor Nolan, because the rules of procedure on this is that everybody talks once. But if there are no objection, I will allow you to speak again. So Councilor O'Neill, you have not yet spoken, so.
Yes, at 11:30 or 11:31 at night, I believe at 11:21, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people online. And I believe we lost a lot of people at 11 o'clock when we voted to continue. Also, hang on. I think it's 11:31 that Margaret's hand was up. And now someone said the public hearing remains open, hands, and said Margaret's hand is up, right? And then LJ as well. And then we will start. The public hearing remains open. So my understanding was that at least those 2 people would have a chance to speak. So, and I believe that there are more people who would like to speak to this. So,
Thank you, Councilor.
thank you.
Anyone else that has not spoken yet on this? Councilor Memard.
I will be supporting the decision of the chair. I think we've done a remarkably and perhaps unprecedented job as counselors and as ward counselors and working with the Planning and Development Subcommittee to solicit and hear public comment. And I think that we need to follow our orders of procedure. And at some point, we need to move along and do our business. And this is one item amongst many, many items before us. I feel comfortable that we've given the public adequate opportunity to present their positions and their concerns. I think we've done an unsurpassed job at that. I'm not hearing anything new from people. If we continue to repeat this again and again, positions, I'm not getting any new information, although we all have continued to receive multiple phone calls and letters and emails. So, people are continuing to reach out to us and express their concerns in terms of how we're going to be voting on this. But for us to make decisions, we need information, and I think we've got the information that we need. And I don't believe that further community input is going to change people's positions. And again, we need to move along, follow our procedures, and get on with business.
Anyone else like to speak that hasn't spoken? Councilor Majota and then Councilor O'Hara.
I believe that people should be able to speak, I guess, when we at 11 o'clock or 11:30, the first time we extended from 11 to 11:30, then we ended at 11:30. I think a lot of people were almost potentially hesitant to raise hands because we did a count of the hands prior to 11 o'clock saying that there was 7 or 8 hands up. And then people are like, oh, well, they're not going to get to me. And then hoping that we will continue the public meeting on today's meeting. So whether it's another hour or 2 to give the people the opportunity to speak, I have no problem with it. And I but even whether they've been emailing or calling or whatever the way they want to express themselves, I feel like they should have the right to express themselves, even if we have heard it before, but they should be able to speak. So I'm in favor of continuing the public comments, which I thought that we were going to do.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. Counselor Gross, you're the only one that hasn't spoken. Do you wish to speak? And then we'll ask Counselor Nolan to suspend the rules of on the motion to appeal and allow a person to be called on twice.
Councilor O'Hara spoke. I thought he just made the motion.
Yeah,
He made the motion.
He didn't
So, okay, Counselor O'Hara, why don't you go ahead then? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much. I agree. I agree with Councilor Memhard that, you know, further input. I think we've heard it. We've heard plenty, but I think our job as the elected officials are to listen to our constituents. With that said, again, at 11 o'clock, 11:59 to be exact, the city clerk informed us that that was the time. And Councilor Worthley mentioned there were 94 people on the call. 94 people at 11 o'clock from a meeting that started at 6 p.m., 5 hours in. That's amazing. With that said, Council President noted that there were four hands, then 5 hands. It was noted after Linda Braden spoke, the hands were kept popping up. And then we continued the speaking. John Haley, Brent, who was Kelly Seacrest, Marianne Boucher, Louise Palazola. It went on, and then it was noted that hands keep getting thrown up. People still wanted to participate, and the clock was ticking. And they knew it, we knew it. The fatigue factor clearly was setting in. And as we wound down, Peter Coakley, Rob and Julian McKenney, and then LJ. And as Councilor Grow had mentioned, that LJ had already spoken, but similar to Brent, we don't know if LJ really was LJ or was there someone else using LJ's phone, similar to Brent being Kelly Seacrest. I think we're not going to learn anything new, but we owe it to our constituents, the people who voted us all here, to listen to them to the end. That's who we answer to. So I appreciate everyone's participation in this. It's been long, it's been lengthy, but I feel we owe it to the constituents to listen to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Gross, if you'd like to.
Yep.
Say
Yes,
anything.
thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. I, like all of us, have watched this last few minutes of the March, whatever it was, 22nd. Marathon Zoom meeting. And when this was first approached, I was certain that my understanding was that the public comment period was still open. Now, as I watched it, I noticed that I was in agreement that Margaret, I find it also kind of interesting that we did have at least one hand up that we weren't allowing to speak. And I said, no, we can't start with Margaret. I went away from that meeting thinking the public comment period was still open. But I appear to be voting that we should just go into the correspondence and questioning period, which is in the minutes that we voted, but it's not part of the motion. The motion is just to have the public hearing open. I agree with everyone. We've probably we've all studied these amendments considerably and are well versed in what they actually are without all the noise that we've heard. And But I don't think we should cut off the public comment period right now. I believe that while it's going to make tonight longer, I think it's the right thing to do. We suspend our rules at other times. I think we can say, you know, that it's the right thing to do. Hopefully, I don't think that anyone who spoke at the previous, and we have every name that spoke at the previous meetings, anybody who spoke at the previous ones are not eligible to speak at this one a second time around. But I do feel that we should open the public comment period.
Thank you. So I'm gonna allow Councilor Nolan to speak for a second time without objection. So go ahead, Councilor.
I'd just like to say, in all fairness, if the vote is to overrule the chair and that we have to go to public comment on this and open up the regular public hearing, that we need to re-advertise and repost this meeting as a meeting, because we had already said to people through social media and in our comments that the public comment had ended. So if there's any change to this with overruling the chair on the motion, then we will have to continue this meeting to a new public advertised situation for a full public hearing. Because there's no fair way of telling people that they can't, you know, speak now, or people that are on the line. We have 74 people in attendance, but that doesn't mean that 250 won't be here next time. So it's a conundrum. We have something in front of us that 9 people voted for, and obviously we have a decision to make on what we actually thought we were voting for. But if we do vote to overrule the chair, I think that we have to stop the public hearing and re-advertise and restart for public comment, because a lot of the public also believes that they were not invited to speak at this meeting.
Thank you, Councilor Nolan. Are we ready to vote this, councilors? Councilor Gross?
I'm not quite following what protocol there is to have to re-advertise on this.
Point of order. Point of order.
Go ahead, Councilor Grow.
Can we dispense with the motion that's in front of us, and then we can talk about making a motion on what to do about the public hearing afterwards? I think we're getting into a conversation about something that isn't part of this particular motion.
So you're more or less amending the decision of the chair to include a conversation, a vote about continuing the public hearing?
I don't think it's amendable.
Okay.
So I don't understand why it's not pertinent to this conversation of this. Because if we vote, then there is no conversation about whether or not it gets.
I would say that the question on the table is whether or not to support the chair's decision. And if we choose not to support the chair's decision, then we can have a discussion about the next step of the thing. Obviously, at that point, then we would discuss what is the step forward. If we agree with the chair's decision, we don't have to have this discussion. So my feeling is that we're starting to integrate a different motion into this motion. I don't believe that it's amendable. I think we just have to vote on it and get it done with. Then by all means, let's go for where to go after that. But I don't think we should be confusing the two.
I disagree. I disagree, because it's a discussion about what the ramification of this vote will be. And that's part of the discussion. We're having a discussion about this motion. And like any motion that you have, you talk about what the ramifications are. And that is one of the ramifications of this vote.
Fair, but if I could, the ramifications are that public hearing either continues or it gets continued, one or the other. And either way, we still haven't dealt with whether or not we agree with the chair's ruling. And that's the only thing on the table right now is did she start the public hearing at the right spot?
So, all right, would you like she to speak, or Councilor Memard, go ahead.
Just to be clear, although it was late, the intention of my motion, if it wasn't clear to all of you, was to end the public comment period of our public hearing and move on to communications and then on to council discussion. That was my intent when I made that motion at 11:30 that evening. And if I didn't make it clearly enough and some of you misconstrued that in a different way, I apologize, but that was certainly my intent, and I thought that's what we were voting on.
So I would speak as the person that is trying to come up with the best governance possible. Is I would say that if you vote to overrule me, I would say that my recommendation would be that we would allow people to speak now, and then we would also allow them to speak again on May 10th. And the reason why I feel that is because people who might have heard or read our minutes that we weren't going to be continuing the speaking process would feel like we have not duly considered them the opportunity to speak if they had not yet spoken. So to Councilor Nolan's comment, I believe that would have to be part of this. Well, having said that, I think we can take the roll here. The motion, is everyone clear on what the motion is? The motion is, shall the decision of the chair be sustained? And if you vote yes, you're saying that that you will support what we had voted on. And if you're saying no, you are saying that you believe that we should continue with the public comment portion. Is everyone clear on what we are voting on? Okay, good. And again, I will not take this personally. We are doing good governance, and I appreciate this conversation. This is very, very useful. So so I will start with the roll call here. If I flip this over. Councilor Worthley.
Great respect, Madam Chair. No.
Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross.
I'm going to vote yes, but because I think it serves the public better that we dispense with these this evening. We have, as has been said, we've gotten an awful lot of input, a lot of emails, a lot of phone calls. So I will be voting yes, because I think we need to get these dealt with this evening.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Grow.
Yes.
Councilor Majota.
No, I feel like that the people should be able to speak.
Councilor Memhard.
Yes, I sustain the chair's decision.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara.
No.
Councilor O'Neill.
No.
Councilors, the yeses have it, 5 in favor, 4 opposed. Thank you for this really important conversation, and I'm glad that we had the opportunity to do this. Thank you, Councilor O'Hara, for making your motion. At this point, we're ready to continue with the process.
Madam
Councilor
President?
Majota, you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Yes. Could I call for a 5-minute recess? Is that
Oh,
okay?
that's a
Or
great idea. For recess, everyone, we do have, I need a second, and we do need to roll call
Second.
vote. Seconded by Councilor Grow. Roll call vote. Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross.
Yes, thank you, Frank.
Councilor Grow.
Yes, please.
Councilor Majota.
yes, yes.
Councilor Memard.
If I voted no, you'd all kill me. So yes.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara.
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill.
Yes.
The yeses have it. We should we reconvene at in 10 minutes? Is that adequate, everyone? So let's synchronize our clocks on our cell phones, and at 8:20 we will continue the meeting, and we will start off with the correspondences from our city clerk. Thank you. world. Counselors, there's everybody back. I'd like to just call the roll to make sure everybody's back before we get started. We are returning from a 10-minute recess, as was so desperately requested and required by Councilor Majota. So thank you, Counselor, for doing that. Let me just call the roll to make sure that we're all here. Counselor Worthley, Gilman, Gross, Grow, Majota, Memhard, Nolan. Nolan's here. O'Hara. Jamie, are you back? He's here. Great. Thank you. And O'Neill. Okay, all 9 of us are back. What I'd like to do right now is continue the public hearing from April 12th, 2022. Public hearing 2021-032, RZ 2021-003, in accordance with GZO section 1.11.2A, amend GZO section 2.3.1, residential uses, 3.2 dimensional table, dimensional requirements for multifamily dwellings and their accessory units other than signs, and 3.1.6 building heights in excess of 35 feet, which was part of the ordinance that we were looking at. And this is continued from April 12th, and we've agreed as a council to start off with the correspondence and communications, which is part of the next step of the public hearing. I would call upon Councilor, our Madam Clerk, Joanne Sinos, if you could summarize for us the communications and correspondences. Thank you.
Okay, so the communications received by the March 17, 2022 date deadline and are included in the 3/22/22 packet were 28 in favor, 140 in opposition, specific opposition to the RC, 40 would be 8 in opposition. Opposition to the height was 7. Communications about the MBTA were 4. There were 4 petitions, okay, and I'll read what the petition says that were submitted.
Thank you.
The Gloucester Planning Board has recommended to the City Council 9 motions to amend current zoning ordinances. The City Council is scheduled to vote on this recommended proposal on February 22nd, 2022. The upzoning will drastically change the look and feel of the whole city. By right, building height in the Civic Central District, CCD, and Central Business, CB, and Village Business, VB, will be 45 feet. These districts will be allowed building heights up to 60 feet, parentheses, 5 stories, by special permit if further state zoning is evoked. Residential district height will rise to 35 feet from 30 even along shorelines. Allowing single-family homes to convert to 2 or 3 units will legalize needed, quote, in-law apartments for many residents. However, these changes are more directed to intense overdevelopment by investors. These changes are intended to create as many as 6,966 new housing units. Gloucester is now considered a regional urban center as part of the Greater Boston. Under state emergency law, Gloucester is designated as an MBTA transit-oriented development, TOD. Community. If these 9 amendments go into effect, they lay groundwork necessary to qualify for the MBTA TOD overlay. Within feet of the train station, there will be a minimum requirement of 750 units, and within one half mile, there is potential for 2,270 units. We, the undersigned, petition the councilors to vote no on the 9 planning board motions as presented. So 4 petitions were presented for a total of 517 signatures. They are not certified signatures. When looking at the petition, they have Gloucester addresses, but we did not certify that that the name and address on the petition is as a registered voter or as a resident. Also, we had one communication withdrawn from her comments of 1/5/22. In favor or some opposed to some of the amendments were 3 communications. Neutral were 2 communications, and non-residents came from 3 communications.
Thank you, Joanne. I appreciate that. Counselors, would you all show your, put your videos on for this? Because this is like a really important time to, thanks, Counselor O'Hara. Counselor O'Neill, would you, I've had members of the public call me right now to ask me that we can all be seen. So that would be terrific. Thank you. Thank you, Tracy. So those are the correspondences. Do you have any questions or to our city clerk about these correspondences, counselors? Counselor Grow, go ahead.
Was the language of the petitions that were signed brought to the city council for any sense of veracity, factual based information? There's a number of outright falsehoods in that petition, and I question its validity as it relates to this particular set of zoning ordinances.
No, they were just received as communication petitions. And all communications were just uploaded by the deadline. The 4 petitions came in at different times as they were collecting signatures.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the correspondences, counselors? Okay, I would just like to comment that the clerk's office did go so far as to break these down, and because there were 7 on height and 4 on the MBTA, I would say that the actual number of those in opposition should be 129 for this. Just looking at that particular, if we get rid of those, because that's not in front of us tonight, but we didn't go so far as to do that breakdown. So so the numbers we will keep as they are in that, but we should be aware that is the case. And also members of the public should know that all of everyone's letters are in the March 22nd packet. It starts, I believe, at 250 and goes almost to 756, if I'm not mistaken. So you can see everyone's letters, exactly what they wrote. We redacted the emails, addresses, and we redacted the phone numbers. I actually helped the city clerk's office with that. We spent about 3 hours going through that, but we wanted to be transparent and to give all members of the public an opportunity to see all those, and more importantly, to give all the city councils an opportunity to actually read them and see them in the packet. So thank you for the clerk's office. Okay, so Councilor Nolan, and then we're going to go on to technical questions. So Councilor Nolan, go ahead.
So on top of the correspondence that we received up until the deadline, I do want to point out that, we all received the same amount, if not more, emails with concerns from constituents that will not be on the record. But I just want the people know that we did receive them. And thank you.
And that's one of the benefits of this process, is that even though per our rules of procedure on the public hearing, the documents need to be there 3 business days as it's advertised before the date of the hearing, which was the end of the business day on March 17th. We have received just tons of very thoughtful emails and letters, and I know, based on talking to all of you counselors, we've all read them thoroughly, and that is totally appreciated. It's a lot of work, but I really feel comfortable that we've really taken this very seriously. So thank you, counselors. Okay, so the next part of the hearing, before we close the hearing, is it's an opportunity for us to ask questions of Greg Catamatore and or Jill Cahill. So Greg, if you wouldn't mind showing your face, and thank you for being here and being so patient with this process, and to our CAO Jill Cahill as well. So counselors, if we look back to the meeting on January 19th, Greg Catamatore answered the lion's share of all the questions that had come up after the first meeting. And it was covered in great detail, and we totally appreciate that. But the question part of the public hearing is, there might be still some questions that are on your mind based on these amendments that are in front of us tonight. So we want to make sure that we've exhausted the questions before we close the public hearing and call for the committee report on each of the amendments. So counselors, I will open it up for your questions to ask of our totally dedicated planning director and interim community development director, Greg Catamatore. So any questions, counselors? Councilor Nolan.
This question is for Greg. Thank you for being here tonight. A long process, a lot of hard work. I guess I'll start with the first question. I may have a few more. I have a lot of area in my ward that is not even simply supplied by public water. They rely on wells that are contaminated and run dry. Can you let me know on two parts of this? One, the fire hydrants that would be supplied by city water, and two, when they do well testing to find out if a well is ample enough for a home or a second addition to a home, is that dictated by any time of the year when they test the well, or does that go by dry times? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So one thing I think I tried to make clear in all of the various presentations that have been made on this, there are certainly other jurisdictions that remain. What's in front of you are changes to the zoning ordinance relating to use, dimensional requirements, the standards of the health department for wells. I'm not really well versed in the standards for wells. But again, there is certainly going to be capacity limitations for whether or not somebody can add additional bedrooms. As you've mentioned, most of your ward or much of your ward are on private septic systems, as well as not having access to public water, and therefore have to provide for the water supply for domestic needs by drilling wells. So those limitations remain. There certainly are some opportunities and places where these proposed amendments may provide for not only the use discussion part of it in terms of whether somebody can pursue a two-family, for instance, on a lot that complies with the various districts that are proposed. But those infrastructure questions in terms of whether or not somebody can pursue it remain. And there may be limitations where somebody cannot pursue it. So I don't know, I can't really answer exactly the question of how the standards of water supply are applied to an individual lot, as those are regulated through the health department. And if that's something you want to have further response from, that inquiry should be made to the health director. But again, those limitations remain, and this is about the potential for use. If those become a limitation that somebody can't pursue expansion, and again, one of the other big ones is whether or not there are septic capacity on lots for additional bedrooms, which is also under the jurisdiction of the health department. Again, it's not going to work in all cases, but there may be some opportunities where lot size alone is a limitation for the pursuit of a two-family. So I hope that answers your question, or we may need to make some inquiry directly to the health department if you think it's germane to the consideration of the zoning amendments that are in front of you.
Thank you, Greg, and I do think that it would be important to how I vote tonight.
Can I can I just make a comment? So on our city council website, we have a summary that was presented at part of the packet in P&D that was referenced, I believe, in our March meeting on drinking water system supply and wastewater systems. If you feel like, Council Nolan, if that is germane right now, we can either ask Greg to screen share this with us, or I could read it. Do you think that that would be helpful?
Either or. There are some more questions to what was on that information that was given at that meeting, though. But I think I have the gist of it.
Okay. I know Joanne is multitasking with a lot of different computers tonight out of her house, so we appreciate that. Is anyone able to screen share that right now from the Greg, is that something that you could do?
What are you specifically asking for? Which document?
The drinking water supply from that Mike Hale supplied us in the wastewater system information, the capacity issues that were referenced. Go ahead, Councilor Grow.
Hey, I don't want to stop you from showing the document because I think it's actually relevant to a lot of this discussion, but that was specifically about water that was provided through the water and sewer supply systems, not well water. So I don't think that Mike addressed the issue of wells because they're individual to every property. I might be wrong about that, but just my recollection.
Okay.
No, Jason, you're absolutely correct. That was the information I was looking for that we can't obtain tonight.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for that clarification. So how about some more questions from councilors on all of these amendments? Councilor Grow, go ahead.
I have a two-part question. Because this has come up frequently in the communications that we've received from the constituents, Greg, can you please go back to January 19th and address the question that Councilor Worthley asked about whether or not these amendments by default create affordable housing? And then following that, and I'll shut up because I know most of this stuff that people are asking. Can you take us back to the process by which the planning board reviewed the housing production plan and came up with these amendments, and what their thinking process was in advance of voting for it and then sending it to the city council?
Wow.
In 30 words or less.
Greg, we don't.
30 words or less. Well, I think I'll answer the second one first because I think it leads into the answer to the first question. So if you go back to the housing production plan 2017 document and you look at the strategies that are identified in the plan, a lot of what we're talking about right now is outlined in that document. They were, in broader term, obviously it wasn't zoning ordinance language. And from that, we applied for a technical assistance grant from the Mass Housing Partnership. We were partnered with a zoning consultant and formulated a working group, which had representation from the City Council, the Zoning Board, the Affordable Housing Trust, the Planning Board. Who else was in there? An ad hoc group, including that basically took that document and those strategies and started to talk about them further and flesh them out and start to develop them into proposals. And the plan, as it was developed, 2017 plan was in part, one of the reasons for the genesis of the plan is around affordable housing, recognizing that Gloucester, like many communities in the Commonwealth, has a certain amount of affordable housing, but does not have the level of affordable housing that the state, more than 50 years ago at this point, thought that each community should be contributing to the Commonwealth's need for affordable housing. So there's that 10% number that's out there as a metric that the state uses in a lot of different ways that they believe that community should have. We are in the 7.6 to 7.7% range at this point compared to our total housing stock. And but a part of that process was to look a little bit broader and utilize the expertise that we had at the time to kind of do the deep dive and snapshot of where the community was in terms of its housing needs are broader than just affordable housing. There's middle income families that are looking for housing that don't qualify for state defined affordable housing, and they don't qualify for low income housing either. So it was much more broad in terms of looking at housing options focused around production. And so specifically, what are the things that we can do to increase the stock of affordable housing that would meet the community's needs, but also what are the other needs that the community has voiced in terms of options for housing. So that has translated into amending our accessory dwelling unit ordinance to create potential rental housing because they cannot be made into a condominium. They would typically be smaller because they are specifically controlled by size by the ordinance, either within a structure or potentially in an outbuilding on a site. And then we also look at a harder look at our inclusionary ordinance that specifically requires projects of certain sizes, of a certain number of units, to actually build units within it or have the option for contributing to the Affordable Housing Trust at a pretty high in lieu payment schedule should they choose to do that. So the amendments that are in front of you are around creating housing options. They, again, we deal with the creation of affordable housing in a number of different ways, specifically our inclusionary ordinance, and then the various programs that we run through the Community Development Department through our CDBG block grant, supporting first-time home buyers of income-eligible households, as well as providing funding for housing rehab to income-eligible households or landlords that do rent to income-eligible households. And then finally, utilizing CPA funding and Affordable Housing Trust funding to support partnerships like the Harbor Village project on Main Street, as well as you probably saw recently in the paper that there was the announcement of funding that will help support the redevelopment of the downtown Y. So specifically, these, how many you got at this point? 6 amendments, although they're numbered in an interesting way because they were repackaged from the initial 9 that were presented to the P&D on January 5th of this year. Again, the only way affordable housing is created is through deed restriction, and that's through the variety of ways that I've mentioned. There is probably not a likelihood that through these vehicles, unless they result in projects that will result in 6 or more housing units of new construction, and therefore would then trigger the inclusionary ordinance. So I think that answered your question.
And then
in a lot more than 30 words, I'm sorry.
Oh, well, just kind of a quick follow-up.
Go ahead, Councilor
So
Grow.
the intention of the planning board with this particular set of 9 amendments that were sent forward was not specifically capital A affordable deed restricted housing, but in fact, just an effort to increase housing stock in an attempt to make houses more affordable, if that makes sense to you, lowercase affordable. The idea being that we need to increase stock because we don't have stock for people who move in here.
I think I'll paraphrase one more time, try it. The intention of that effort was to look at how we permit housing. Specifically, are there barriers to the creation of housing? And specifically, are there barriers to the housing that the community identified that they're in need of, options? And some of that includes 1 to 2 family conversions, 3 family, and looking at, again, what we do across districts and where are there opportunities to create additional housing options. And that comes in a variety of ways. It becomes In many cases, what you're talking about tonight is a lot of individual choice. These are what applies predominantly to 1 and 2 family, which is usually on a single lot with initially single ownership, which may create a second unit, either for rent, for family member, or potentially for a condominium creation. So it's really about production. What are we doing right now? What's the level that we're producing housing? And are there ways that we can work within our existing zoning ordinance to alleviate some of the permitting process to increase production? And it's exactly what it's proposed to do. No one's suggesting that if these go in place that they won't create opportunity. But also what has been presented is these are really the decisions for individual property owners to make. If these are passed and people look at them and say, I'm not interested in pursuing this, then nothing changes. But we do certainly think that people would take advantage of some of these opportunities. And again, I've been here for 17, 18 years. And when people come across the counter, these are the things they're asking about. Can I do this? Can I provide for, can I make a second unit? And at the same time, there's certainly folks that look at the market, look at the value of property and try to make that decision as a builder, whether they can, get value out of that, but also create housing. So that's a paraphrase. So yes, it's about creating housing options. And it's definitely, it was very thoughtful by folks that were involved in the planning process, the planning board, in the development of options that they thought would meet the community need that was expressed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Other questions from counselors?
Scott's
Councilor
raising his hand.
Memard.
Yes, Greg, it's really a two-part question, and I think there's been a lot of community pushback that these are new proposals, or they're coming imposed on us by the state. You've only been with the city, you said 17 years. It seems like, I believe, based on my review of the Boston Globe and just political history here in the town, in 2005, 17 years ago, Mayor John Bell advocated for example, some of these proposals as a result of the Plan 2000, the master plan that was done by Dennis DeLuto and friends, which clearly needs to be updated, but an immense amount of public participation and work was done. And we're still looking at some of the implementation now, 20 years later. John Bell tried to get the second dwelling unit by matter of right as passed back in 2005. And I'm just trying to put it in long-term community context of the discussion that's gone before us. People don't appreciate that. They don't have the long-term view, but could you please comment on, it's not just the planning board in 2015. This goes way back, and it's been an elaborate community input process by the planning board and many, many, many citizens.
Yeah, I mean, I can, there's a voice that's fairly consistent in these discussions, and I hate to put her on the spot, but Ruth Pino was on Mayor John Bell's Community Housing Coalition. That was, again, a similar ad hoc group, a variety of folks interested in working on the recommendations from the community development plan, looking at housing options, recognizing at that time, no different than now, there's pressure for housing options. I kind of came in, I think, on the tail end of that effort. And it was, again, a very homegrown proposal that I think may have been initiated by a vote of motion of the full council to start the discussion. But the presentation of those amendments was very much performed by the volunteer members of the Housing Coalition. And when these proposals came forward, in between that period of time, there was a rewrite of sections 1, 2, and 3 of the zoning ordinance. That cleaned up a lot of inconsistent language. It made things a little bit more readable to not only, somebody that's trying, a practitioner of the ordinance, but also for somebody just picking it up and say, what does this thing mean? And when I specifically spoke, I think at the planning board public hearing about looking at the 2-family by right for conversion, Ruth said, I just have to know, does this get rid of the asterisk? Because there was one in the old ordinance that she had worked on and came forward with, I believe at the time, 13 amendments, some of which passed, but most of which failed. So it is kind of full circle. The issue has not gone away in terms of housing need. We took the opportunity in 2015, 16, 17, working to take that deeper dive and really try to understand what people's needs are in the community. So it's an ongoing discussion, and clearly the problem has not gone away, or we wouldn't be here right now. So that's, I appreciate you bringing that up. The community development plan is not something that's shelved. It is looked at from time to time. It's general in nature in a lot of ways, but also there's no question it identified community wants and desires in that snapshot of time. And I don't think those have changed either in terms of people wanting a balance for the use of public land, housing options, having housing options for their families that are here. So it's a good, I think I answered the question.
Thank you. Council President, I have a second question for Greg. I don't know if you want to wait and let other people speak first.
Let's see if anyone else would like to speak, to ask their first question of Greg. Okay, I would like to ask a question, then we'll go to you, Councilor Memard. So just a couple of housekeeping issues. On the call tonight, we have Sean Henry from the Planning Board, Rick Noonan, who is the Planning Board Chair. Thank you for being here and for all of your hard work on this. We have Peter Canavo, who's on the Zoning Board of Appeals. We have Chris McCarthy and Deanna Fay, who are both on the Affordable Housing Trust. We've got Sonny Robinson, who was on the Housing Production Plan, has done a lot of work with affordable housing, and former Councilor Jen Holgram. So I just wanted to acknowledge those folks that are on the call. If I missed someone that's on a current board, please shout out and recognize them. Oh, and I believe Catherine Schlichty is also, Henry is also on, from the ZBA is on the call. So I have a question for Greg. Greg, a lot of I actually had the pleasure of Ruth Pino being most accommodating to me, and she spent several hours going through Map Geo and going through all of my areas of Ward 4, including Annisquam and Whalers Point and Lanesville, and then some of the areas over and off of Cherry Street. And, she really got me to understand conforming compliant lots. And one of the things that I learned is that there aren't many of those at all here in my entire ward. So could you just, because this pertains to some of the at-right privileges where people wouldn't have to get a city council approval, how that would work with the 20% or the 80% of non-compliant lots, non-conforming lots, and how that works with this by right, particularly for something like Amendment 1, which is something that seems to be important for many people. So could you explain how that works?
Yeah, I think we tried to provide in some of the data about potential that there is a lot of limitation. Certainly for any area that's not served by public utility, as Councilor Nolan has brought up earlier, there's a lot of limitations. So this is not something that, you create an ordinance that has allowances, but there's obviously a lot of other jurisdictions that are at play. Specifically with the proposals surrounding two-family and conversion. If your lot complies and your structure complies with the dimensional requirements for the district, then that's the type of thing that an ordinance is supposed to do. It's supposed to let you know when you can do something and when you might require some relief. In the situation that we could not provide, just because it's a difficult kind of estimate to try to make, is not only are there a lot of lots that are undersized in many of our districts. For anybody that was here in the late 90s, when the sewer expansion began, particularly as it was extended to North Gloucester, and then also the trunk line down Essex Avenue, there were a lot of controls that were put in place, not only limiting where sewer could be extended to, who it would be available to, but also through an upzoning. Many of the areas along the Washington Street corridor and the coastal areas, the lot size was doubled. We had a lot broader areas that used to be R10, R5, and R20 that were all increased in lot size. There's a map that I believe still hangs on the wall in the building office that makes a lot of reference to the pre-99 zoning and after, because there were also provisions that were put in place to deal with setback requirements for structures that were on these lots that now required much more land area than they had, making them non-conforming. So in the instance where someone pursues the conversion of a two-family or a new two-family, they have to comply with the requirements for the district. If they're undersized, they're not going to have the lot area requirement satisfied, and still may require zoning relief in the form of a variance, which is also challenging. So some of what this is also to do is to provide for those opportunities, particularly for conversions. But that's really the one class of two-family that's really treated differently. If a lot complies and there's a structure on it, a single-family structure, as I've pointed out, somebody can tear down and build a new two-family, provided that it complies with the dimensional requirements. And then alternatively, when someone goes to convert to a two-family, they require a special permit. So that's, it's kind of an interesting thing that where somebody might want to adaptively reuse their single-family home to create a second unit, that requires a special permit. But for somebody that may want to tear down a structure and build a new two-family, they can do it if they meet the dimensional requirements for the district.
Thank you. All right, so any other councilors that have not asked a question? Council Worthley, and then we'll go to Council Memard for a second question.
Thank you. My question is a very specific technical one for Greg Catamatore. I've asked this question to a few people and I haven't got an answer yet, so I'd like to see if we can get this resolved. In the case of someone who has a non-conforming property, but they want to convert to a two-family, if the council votes tonight to make two-family by right and then non-conforming, as you stated, they need to go to get a variance. For example, let's say the side yard setback is 5 feet instead of 10 feet, and they need to put a stairway in, a egress. Do the neighbors and anybody in opposition get to discuss the two-family issue, or are they only discussing the variance request for the side yard setback, for example?
So the standard for a variance is different than the standard for a special permit. And I would suggest that if a use is allowed, then typically what you are focused on is what's potentially varies from the zoning ordinance. So from the use perspective, that's not what the zoning board would be ruling on, but they would be ruling on whether or not if somebody was asking for relief from parking or a setback, which is, they have the ability to have to make that determination whether or not the proposal is substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood by granting that relief for variance. So the standards are different. The zoning board, the planning board, and the city council all apply the same standard 6 for most of the special permits. There's a couple of exceptions that are have their own set of standards specifically identified, but from a use special permit perspective, you all apply those same general 6. The variance case is different. It's focused on what's different about that proposal in terms of what it must other comply with in terms of dimensional requirements.
So the standard 6, Greg, as a follow-up question, is 1.8.3, the standards to be applied. Is that what you're referring to?
And those are for use table special permits, correct?
Okay. Thank you. Any other councilors that have not asked a question? Okay, I'm going to repeat back to Council Memard, who has been very patient.
Oh, thank you. Just for Greg again, just practically speaking, it would be helpful to get your feedback in terms of if these were to pass, for example, the first one for 2-family by matter of right for a conversion. We're not talking about something that's not already an option for a homeowner. What we're doing is removing an obstacle, in this case, the legal costs, the time involved in going before the Zoning Board of Appeals to get either a special permit or variance. Is that correct?
Yes, it's a process step. And again, it's interesting, and I appreciate Councilor Worthley's question, and I'll expand upon it a little bit. Think about what you're doing, what our ordinance is doing, not what you're doing, but what our ordinance is telling to the community. They're telling somebody 2 lots, one with a structure on it, and we'll say one that doesn't have a structure on it. One that wants to convert to a 2-family, complies with all of the dimensional requirements, but needs to put an addition on the structure. They are asked for their project to go through the lens of how it complies with the 6 special permit criteria that you apply to all of your special permits. Whereas the person with the virgin lot just has to comply with the dimensional requirements and the other standards in the ordinance and other jurisdictions that they both apply to. So that's really, that's a lot of why, as this has been discussed and those that support it are saying you're just treating property owners differently. And again, the half step back is if you think everyone that is proposing a 2-family should have to apply to those standards, that's a different approach. It's been done in the past. That's been changed to allow for 2-family to occur. But that's what our ordinance is doing right now. For somebody that owns an existing property and wants to put an addition on it, they're being held to a different standard than somebody that otherwise complies with the dimensional requirements for a district.
So to be clear, again, in the first proposed amendment, we're not creating a new opportunity for a homeowner for a conversion, but we're lowering the barrier in terms of permitting and the application process for them to get there. But it's nothing new. They're currently entitled to make that application to the ZBA. And we're lifting that perceived economic, time, legal barrier. Everything else is still the same though.
Yes.
I should mention one thing that's different, correct me if I'm right, is the notification to abutters.
Yes. If they don't require any relief from a permitting board, then they pursue the building permit process as somebody would otherwise if they complied with all the dimensional requirements.
And the building permit process does not entail notification to neighbors of someone's proposed plan on their private property in this
Correct.
case. Thank you.
Just like to recognize Jane Remsen's on the call. So she's the 3rd member of the planning board. And also like to wish her happy birthday because she's on the call and it's her birthday. So it's much appreciated. Any other questions? Councilor Gross.
Yeah, Greg, we've heard a lot about the uniformity argument. Is this the only amendment that we have that pertains to?
I believe it is.
40A, Section 4.
Yes, I believe it is.
Can you explain that?
Sure. I think I'd just reiterate what I just mentioned. You're holding the use, which is two-family, within the same district, just two sets of standards. In one case, you're saying you can proceed in a matter of right through a building permit process. In another situation with the same outcome of a two-family use, again, maybe something that complies with all the dimensional requirements, you're holding them to a special permit process and those special permit criteria. So you're treating the same use differently within the same district. You can certainly, treat a use differently across districts. We allow business uses in business districts and we allow residential uses in residential districts. Not very typically do we mix the two, except for special districts like our downtown where we have mixed use. But within a district, we should be consistent. And that's what that section of Chapter 40A, the State Enabling Act, dictates that we should do. And I agree that this is the only proposal that not only, as Councilor Memhard had pointed out, changes the process, making it, eliminating a special permitting process, but it provides consistency within each district as to how how two-family is treated.
And can I follow up?
Yes, you may. Thank you.
So as I look at it, R5 and R80, you don't need, it's as long as you have everything else, your lot is conforming, your structure is conforming within the boundaries of your lot by setbacks, you need nothing. In R5, which is probably least able to accommodate exterior dimension, changes to the exterior, that one, it's a go. And
Correct.
R80, which still has the double lot, so but that one has 2 acres or 4 acres to put second unit in. So that I find that a little that's the inequity there is also another issue that we have in this, that downtown's being treated differently than the rest of the city. So just wanted to point that out.
Any further questions, councilors?
Frank?
Councilor Majota, thank you.
Yes, Greg, just a simple question. What is the normal fee for like the ZBA, and like how long does that process take for someone to get through the extra step?
Sure. I believe special permit or variance, I have to go to the fee schedule. It's different if it's a special permit versus a variance, and sometimes it requires both. I believe it's probably not less than $250, but maybe $350. There's advertisement requirements, twice noticed in the newspaper, notice to abutters. So there's an expense associated with that as well. All zoning and special permit processes kind of follow the same outline that comes from the Chapter 40A, the State Enabling Act. So if everything were perfectly teed up, including the writing of a decision, which I'm not certain exactly the time that the ZBA issues the decisions, but it's typically no less than 3 months. There's a submission deadline, which is usually several weeks in advance of a hearing because of the requirement for the noticing in the paper. So there's usually a lead time of at least 3 to 4 weeks before the hearing is heard. They do identify to the members where projects are located. Applicants typically have a little placard out in front of their house so that members can drive by. Occasionally, I think they might schedule site visits for a more complicated project. So if it doesn't proceed in one hearing, you're out another 2 weeks. If they can come to a conclusion, so we're estimating out about 6 to 7 weeks. And then each one of them, after there's a vote, there needs to be a decision written, reviewed by the board, adopted, filed with the city clerk, and then run through an appeals period of 20 days. So if the stars are aligned, 3 months would be on the fast track.
What about legal representation typically?
And engineering costs.
I mean, typically, if somebody is pursuing a project, the submission standards for construction are pretty uniform. The question of whether or not there's additional survey needed, because very often some of the work of the ZBA is very technical with, setback variance and that type of thing, which requires very accurate measurement because they're granting relief from what the requirements are in the zoning ordinance. So, and whether or not somebody represents themselves, I don't know the mix of whether somebody represents themselves versus how often somebody has representation. And we'll have to ask the legal field what those costs are. But it's certainly an added cost over somebody that's pursuing a building permit process for representation at maybe one or more meetings and the preparation of an application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions, counselors?
I just want to make a point real quick that this is questions for the entire set of ordinances or amendments we're
Entire
talking
set
about.
of ordinances and Greg will stay around for each amendment. And with your consensus, I could ask for a question if you felt that we could amend our rule of procedure there. So without objection to ask a question if there's a technical question on an amendment. So Councilor Gross and I think Councilor O'Neill, did I see you raise your hand too?
Yeah, but I'll wait until the individual amendments.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Councilor
Yep.
Gross, you're muted.
I am. Just for clarification, Greg, on that last comment that you made, and then someone made a thing about engineering drawings. You were speaking about setbacks would require surveys. If this does, any of the amendments we're discussing tonight has nothing to do with any of that, correct?
I think the trip to the zoning board in terms of what you have to produce in terms of some of those costs, as I said, would be similar if somebody were pursuing construction of a new structure or an addition. The legal cost, the time cost, and the potential for appeal are the variables from a standard building permit process.
Correct, but if they're just going for a special permit because they're going to a two-family with exterior changes that are not encroaching on any of the setback, they wouldn't be required to have any of that stuff, correct? Surveys or...
Sorry, I muted myself. They still have to present a plan that shows that they're complying with the setbacks. So
Right,
they may
only for
have to
the-
perform survey.
And you would have to do that for the building permit.
Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, that cost is already there. Same as engineering or architect or build drawings, you have to do that for your building permit. So that's not an added cost on
Yep.
either for this. So, okay, I just wanted to make sure that. And
Yep.
Val, are we also going to be able to ask the opponents questions too, the spokespeople for the opponents in opposition?
Oh, that's a good point. That's part of the public hearing process. So, we've exhausted this, the question and answer with Greg Catamatore. Is there anyone else that has a technical question for Greg in terms of any of the amendments before we move to the next item? So thank you. So we have an opportunity to ask any questions of the opposition. The three presenters were, let me make sure I get it right, Lisa Rigsby, Sylvia Corey, and Patty Amaral. So if anyone has a question for any of the three, we will bring them in and you can ask a question. Counselors, part of the public hearing process. Council Gross, do you have a question for any of the three?
I suppose I would like to, on the First Amendment in particular, I don't think I heard any particulars of what the opposition is on the change, so that it just removes this one thing and doesn't change anything else. And where it is allowed in R5, why it shouldn't be, why should that be, why shouldn't it be uniform? I guess I have that question for them, if anybody can
If
answer.
any one of the three speakers who spoke in opposition represented the opposition, any of you would like to answer the question asked by Councilor Gross? I don't see a hand raised.
Okay.
Tony.
All right, I was just, there's been a lot of, particularly in our communications and also in talking with people in person. I know they felt much better after I spoke with them, and because I would sit down, have everything right in front of me, and then just explain it without any slant on it. And I know that people felt, oh, okay, now I understand what's happening. Whether they agreed with it or not, at least they understood. And I know that I through evidenced by the communications we've gotten, that there is some misconceptions out there. And I would just like to have them cleared up if we could.
So I
There we go.
see
Somebody's
Sylvie,
raised. Yeah.
Sylvie Corey has her hand raised. So Madam Clerk, would you bring her in? Sylvie, would you just remind us about your address, and if you can answer Councilor Gross's question, that would be terrific. Thank you.
Hi, I'm not sure if I can answer a question, but I have a question to the question.
Can you kindly state your address, please?
28 Pine Street.
Okay, thank you.
So my question is, I would like to study how the city is going to deal with the increased population.
Sylvia, I hate to do this to you, but I have to call a point of order, because the question period right now is for the city councilors right now, and we were asking questions because you were presenting. So we were hoping you might be able to weigh in on Councilor Gross's question, which was, do you have any comments to make on Amendment 1, which is the by right conversion of a unit from 1 to 2 family with exterior modifications of an existing house right now. And the question was, do you have would you like an opportunity to speak to that in terms of what your objection is to that?
Well, to that, yes, thank you. Thank you. So objection to this.
Did I not state that?
No, that's
clearly?
correct. Specifically to that, where it is, that it's strictly, the only purpose of this change is to allow people who are in a conforming lot allowed to build a 2-family without having to get a special permit, where in R5 there is no special permit, and I thought by an equity standpoint that it would be fair to have the same standard across, as well as chapter 40A section 4 also states that. So I was just wondering specifically what the objection to this particular amendment was.
Thank you. Go ahead, Sylvie. We kind of interrupted you, but I think Councilor Gross's clarification was really helpful. So do you care to answer that question?
And I think I'm going to hold on to it to further amendments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, but you won't be allowed to speak on the further amendments because the public hearing is going to be closed and it's up to the counselors to discuss all of those at this point.
Okay, well, so anyways, I would still like to bring up the density. If we are, if anyone can increase and expand the housing, then we still have to deal with increased population and density downtown, for instance. And if that's going to double, how and where is the calculation on the infrastructure? How are we going to deal with that?
Sylvia, these are all questions that we are have either been answered or we will discuss as counselors as we discuss each amendment. So unfortunately, we're not able to do that. If we were to do that with you, we'd have to allow all 66 people to have an opportunity to ask a question. So thank you for joining us and for all of your hard work. And without objection, counselors, I'm ready to close the public hearing. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and I'm going to ask P&D Chair, Counselor Grow, to walk us through the each of the 6 amendments. So thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Councilor Gilman. I'm going to quickly amend or strike out a bunch of the narrative that I was going to read out because basically it's repetitive to what Greg and some of the questions dealt with here tonight. But on the issue of Amendment 1, as it was presented by the Planning Board, the intent of the amendment was, as presented by the Planning Board, was to remove ZBA special permit requirement on otherwise fully conforming properties for property owners seeking to convert from a single family to a 2-family with exterior modifications in R10, R20, R30, and R40. They are currently allowed uses, as Councilor Gross pointed out, in both R80 and R5. So they were not included. They were originally included in the amendment, but we removed them. And to allow for the creation of 2-family or conversion of existing single family to a 2-family in RC40 with a ZBA special permit. It was decided that because these were significantly different enough in their treatment of the existing ordinances that we separated this amendment into 2 separate motions, which we'll get into in a moment. And while they both dealt with conversion to 2-family, the first part of the proposed amendment dealt with removing existing ZBA processes, while the second part of the amendment dealt with creating an altogether new use classification in a zoning district that has previously been exclusively single-family zoning. The separation of these motions creates clarity and flexibility for the council to consider them on their own merits. So would you like me to read the motion first? Is that?
Yeah, that would be great. And then,
Okay.
and then do the narrative. That would be
All right,
great.
very good. So for motion 1, this is Amendment 1, motion 1. On a motion of Councilor Gilman, seconded by Councilor O'Neill, the Planning and Development Committee voted by a roll call vote, 2 in favor, 1 opposed, to recommend to the City Council to amend zoning ordinance section 2.3.1 residential uses number 2 and number 3 to allow conversions of 1-family and new 2-family dwellings by right in the R40, R30, R20, and R10 zoning districts, and renumbering uses number 5A and number 5B to number 4 and 5, as reflected in the drafted proposal. Subject to new information and or debate that results from the public hearing, the zoning amendment is deemed to be in harmony with the intent and purpose of the zoning ordinance, and I so move. And if I could, I'll just.
May
Yep.
I?
Oh, you need a
second
second. Yes, of course. The narrative on this is that, and much of this is going to be a repetition, but only fully conforming properties are affected by this amendment. Planning and Development discussed the current disparity that exists in the treatment of otherwise similar property owners wishing to convert their single-family homes into 2-family units involving exterior modifications on otherwise conforming lots. Currently, a property owner wishing to build a new 2-family on vacant land can do so by right, including the option of tearing down an existing property and building a new. Similarly, an otherwise conforming property can be converted internally by right. Also, we discussed that Chapter 40A, Section 4, the Uniform Districts states, in the Mass General Law states that any zoning ordinance or bylaw which divides cities and towns into districts shall be uniform within the district for each class or kind of structures or uses permitted. It was discussed that this would create an avenue for an increased infill housing on an equal legal footing with other two-family construction or conversion, as well as bring the ordinance into conformity with Mass General Law. The committee voted affirmatively 2-1 to recommend the motion to the City Council. This motion requires 6 votes to pass. And if I could on the motion.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Grow, and then we'll open it up for discussion.
This is fairly brief. Again, it sort of repeats what I've been saying, but this is my personal opinion. As the amendment only applies to fully conforming properties, any property that is non-conforming must still go through the ZBA process. So that is not being taken away. There are 2 key issues that keep in mind with this amendment. Firstly, and if for no other reason, we should vote to approve this motion. It brings our zoning ordinance into compliance with MGL 40A Section 4, requiring properties in the same zoning districts to be treated uniformly. Currently, anyone wishing to expand their building footprint needs to go through the ZBA process, when equally conforming new construction or internal conversions do not. This is legally unfair. In the housing production plan under strategy 5.2 is a recommendation that we, quote, review zoning regulations and explore changes that would encourage redevelopment and infill as a result of the lack of undeveloped residentially zoned land. This amendment not only works to fulfill this, it does so without actually changing the potential number of new units that might be built in any given zoning district. As Planning Director Catabatori has explained this in multiple presentations, for instance, in R30, he identified an outsized figure of 814 lot size conforming properties that could be converted to two-family units. With an affirmative change in the amendment, there would remain 814 potential conversions. Nothing changes other than rectifying the legal route by which a property owner can convert their otherwise conforming property. This is a benefit to existing property owners who wish to create infill housing for any number of reasons, including accommodating family, the need for rental income, or aging in place. It's a sensible, low-impact means to facilitate some infill housing and should be supported by the council.
Thank you, Councilor. All right, let's open up the discussion, councilors, on this amendment, Amendment 1. Council Worthley.
Thank you. I'll be happy to go first. So first, I think that we've done a fantastic job in capturing public input. I commend Councilor Grow and the P&D committee for the work that you've done. It's not always been easy, but it's been fair and it's been thorough. It was stated by former Council President Lundberg that this was an unprecedented seeking of input from the public. I respectfully disagree with him, except because I was honored to volunteer to be the scribe for Plan 2000. And when we did that, we had 58 public meetings. And one of the things that was critical, and I think we can't cherry pick the ones we like out of Plan 2000, one of the things that was critical is public input. So when someone applies for a permit for a two-family, they pay $300, I think it's $300 or $350 for a application fee. They have to notify the abutters, the abutters. So it's typically 4 or 5 pieces of mail and 2 advertisements in the Gloucester Daily Times. Currently, our zoning board has a reputation of working collaboratively with applicants. And when there's an opposition, a neighborhood group, they get them to work together and collaborate. When I served in the council before, Councilor Testino assigned me to the Planning and Development Committee for 2 years. And then I served for 2 more years as chairperson. Alice Weckler entrusted me with that job. And in every single case where we approved any person looking for relief from the city council, when there's opposition, that was integrated into the planning. And sometimes the opposition was well-founded and sometimes it wasn't, but the dialogue was meaningful. We didn't burden people, burden applicants with having to accommodate neighborhood input and neighborhood ideas. But oftentimes the developer, the applicant would, and they'd be thankful that we made the project better. In fact, I've had a number of attorneys that I worked with many years ago that supported me running again because I helped them perform the job of putting together better projects. So if a neighbor says, here's why I'm against it, and there's a dialogue, and the project gets better, I find that to be valuable. And I love the idea of making it easier for people to develop and not have to go before boards and not have to have attorneys. That's why I put together years ago the zoning ordinance review task force. And one of the things that Greg Cadamatore mentioned is that there have been a number of things we did to make it easier for applicants to just go without attorneys to say, how can I build this? And they get the building department to help, and they get the ZBA helping as well. Joe Parisi is the chairperson of the Zoning Board of Appeals. He hasn't been consulted on this, although the prior chairperson has. One of the things he said to me is he feels like it's his job to work with applicants and the neighborhood to find ways to collaborate, and by doing that, eliminating litigation down the road. In fact, helping the applicant by including the opposition. I see tremendous value in that. And if it costs $300 and they're likely to get the permit, I don't think we should be cutting neighborhoods out of the ability to shape what's happening in the neighborhood. I come from a family that at one point had 4 children, my siblings and I, in different colleges, and we're commuting. Between my family and my parents, we had 5 cars. If we moved into a neighborhood that said, okay, we're going to build 2-family by right, we're adding 5 cars to the neighborhood. The zoning change here says you only need additional 1.5 spaces. I think that that's probably not enough, but certainly to do it by right eliminates the ability for someone to say, hey, I bought into this neighborhood, I've invested in our community, I'd like to have some input over what happens in our community. And so for that reason, I'm happy to vote against this one. There are other amendments I like, but this one here I'm voting against, and I hope my council colleagues join me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors, who else would like to speak on Amendment 1? Councilor O'Neill.
Yes, I will be voting against this as well, because I believe that neighbors should have a say in what happens next door. Basically, that's it.
So Councilor Memard, and let's not make this a straw poll, councilors, as much as possible. I'd really like to get us to have a rigorous conversation about this. So if you can state your points without getting way too definitive about what your vote is, that would be terrific. Councilor Memard.
Yes, I think that generally speaking, this levels the playing field, as Councillor Gross said. It creates equity between neighbors where one has a 2-family home that was built new next door to somebody else who has a single family that they'd like to expand. And they can meet all the setbacks. I think they deserve the same privilege. I think it's fair. And I'll stop there.
Other comments from folks that haven't spoken? Councilor Gross. You're muted.
Sorry about that. One of the things that disappoints me about all of these is that our true crisis is affordable housing. And has been stated over and over that this doesn't change it. When the housing production plan was crafted, it expires in July, so it's been 5 years now. Housing costs of market rate have gone up, double digits annually. And that, changes that eliminated a small a affordable option. And Greg, I think, tell me if I'm wrong, but as it been stated, this really doesn't have a great impact. Am I incorrect on that? Because there's only a limited amount of conforming lots, so buildings that are on, that conforming lots with the existing building.
Well, I think
Without objection, councilors, may we ask Greg Cadamatore to answer Councilor Gross's question? Without objection, go ahead, Greg. Thank you.
Sure. And I think I tried to make it clear, not all these proposals are about deed restricted affordable housing. There are needs much beyond that. I mean, if you talk to your friends, your neighbors, your friends' kids, there's not a lot out there. And what is out there is of, you know, when there's limited supply, there things are going over asking. So I agree with you 100%. The market has been unprecedented in terms of its increase. And, you know, some of these proposals are around product. Again, the thrust of the name of the plan is production, and are there things that we could be doing to provide more options. And, you know, the success of an ordinance change, you know, how it's realized, what happens after it's been enacted. You know, if there's, I don't know what the measure of success would need to be for people to feel good about what they're doing. And that's what it has to be. You're doing something for the community. If there are people that take advantage of the option of pursuing a two-family that may not have done it before, that's a success. And I think the thrust of this one in particular, which you had pointed out, is about fairness within a district of how you treat people. If you disagree with that, you know, I respect, you know, everyone's opinion on their approach of whether or not there needs to be a permitting process surrounding it. But this is just one that's very specific around equal treatment of two-family within each district. And in particular, it may be one of those things that I think I showed some examples of some recent two-family construction that's really more, I would term it more duplex construction, where it doesn't necessarily look like a single family home, and then also provided the examples of conversions, which very much from the street front, from the neighborhood perception, look like a single family home, but have a second unit within them. So again, if there are things that we're doing that might increase production, that may have some impact, certainly on availability. The unit doesn't exist now, it's not available. At some point, we've created some new opportunity for somebody, whether they're staying in the community or creating a rental property that's available, because that's obviously something else that we hear that there's a lot of need for. So that's 2 cents.
Thank you. So
Thank you.
I haven't spoken yet, so I'd like to just speak for a moment on this. So when I've spoken to people one-on-one about this, so many people have said to me that, wow, I didn't totally understand what this meant. But to me, what this particular amendment means is that if you're living in a house and your lot is plenty big, and that is what we're talking about when we talk about a lot that is conforming. And if you love your house and you decide, and let's pretend we're aging in place and we just love our house. We love the way it is. It fits so into the character of the neighborhood. This gives a person like that an opportunity to add in an addition with exterior modifications that looks kind of just like the house, and it's added on. And to me, it looks very much like the neighborhood character. By contrast, by expecting that people are going to have to tear down their house and to build it up to be the two-family, two-unit house, is really not as close to the neighborhood character in many cases. And that to me is really important for people that might want to age in place, because, you know, we don't always have to go and just take down the whole property to get the two. It just seems to be a good option, and it's only for 20% of the lots. And for those of you in my ward, there are very, very few of those options. So nothing will change for the majority. And in this case, I'm touched by that option. I think it's fair. And I think that you know, it's been well thought of. As Council Member had said earlier, John Bell had talked about this back in the early days when he was looking at Janice DeLuto's plan and you know, the master plan back in, I think it was 2004, if I'm not mistaken. 2001, even longer than that. So that's important to me. So that's my comments. Anyone else like to discuss this before we vote? Counselor Grow has a second comment. Go ahead, Counselor. You're muted.
I just really wanted to touch on a point that Councillor Worthley brought up about the ability of neighbors to have input. And what he's not stating is that 2/3 of the potential building owners in that situation don't have to go to their neighbors to get approval. And that's where the inequity lies. If his family had moved into a neighborhood and had a conforming lot and decided to build a 2-family, they wouldn't have had to go through the ZBA special permit process. So we're only talking about the creation of a building that would otherwise be identical to a building that was built by right as a 2-family to begin with, or a large house that was subdivided internally. You could have exactly the same 3 buildings constructed, and only 2 of those would have to go through the ZBA permitting process. One of them would have to go through the ZBA permitting process. 2 of them would not, and that's just fundamentally unfair. We're treating property owners on a different playing field here.
Thank you, Counselor. So if there's not a further discussion, one more question or comment by Counselor Worthley, and then we will take the roll.
Right. Well, where I was brought into that, I appreciate that, Councilor Grow. I think the fairness argument falls short if that's your main premise, because you could just as easily offer amendment to the zoning code to make 2-family by right not available on vacant lot or new construction. So that's not what's before us. But if you want to make it fair, why would you not look at undoing the other 2? I don't propose that, but I don't think that the argument holds a lot of weight where we could make it fair and go the other way.
I can respond to that. I think what's important to understand is that the housing production plan was designed to try to find those nominal areas where you want to ease the process, not create more impediments. And doing what you're saying would create more impediments to growth in those limited areas where you had a fully conforming lot. So you're welcome to make that amendment if you want to, but I don't think it's in the spirit of what the housing production plan is trying to accomplish.
May I respond?
Go ahead, Councilor Worthley, and then I'd like to speak, and then we'll take the roll.
Yeah.
I'm not recommending more impediments. I'm saying the fairness argument holds no water if the option could be just to go the opposite way and make it fair. You could easily just say, okay, if you're really passionate about making it fair and everyone's treated equally, someone could make a motion to eliminate those other 2 options for 2-family. I'm not going to do that. I think that that's not an impediment I want to create. But the fairness argument doesn't move the needle if you're not willing to go the other way to make it fair. I'm good with this discussion.
So, appreciated. So I'd like to just make one more comment. So probably about 3 months ago, somebody that I know needed to buy a house in Gloucester, and they really, really wanted to live here. And this person, is probably making a reasonable salary, but not a lot. And the only piece of housing stock that was available was about 750, 800,000. That was it. Okay. And the only way that this person could make ends work is if a rentable unit in that house was occupied, because they couldn't make the payment. And one of the benefits that we have right now about this 2-unit home is that it makes a house available for someone that might want to be aging in place and needs some help with making their property taxes and whatever, because they're now working on Social Security, or a young couple that wants to move back here that maybe is making $60,000 to $80,000 together and can afford a lofty mortgage with a $400,000 unit, as opposed to only the housing stock being for a person of that $750,000 level. And that's the way housing stock is today in Gloucester, not just here in Gloucester, but everywhere. So we're trying to create some flexibility and some options. This is not about affordable, it's about housing stock right now. And I think Greg has been totally clear about that. And that is why my heart feels strongly about this particular amendment. So I think we've exhausted our conversation. Is everyone clear what the motion is? It was made by Councilor Grow. It was seconded by me. Is there any further discussion before we take the roll? There's having none, seeing none. Councilor Worthley,
No.
Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross,
No.
Councilor Grow,
Yes.
Councilor Majota,
No.
Councilor Memard,
Yes.
Councilor Nolan,
No.
Councilor O'Hara,
No.
Councilor O'Neill. Councilor O'Neill, can you unmute yourself? Councilor O'Neill,
No.
okay. So the noes, so this motion is not approved. There are 3 in favor and there are 6 opposed. This motion fails because 6 votes were needed for acceptance. So,
Let's move on to the next.
okay, let's move on to the next amendment number 1, the second one. So go
All right,
ahead.
and if it's okay, instead of going in reverse, I'll read the committee recommendation and then the narrative, and then I'll speak separately on the motion myself.
Great, thank you.
Committee recommendation, this is Amendment 1, Motion 2, second motion out of this amendment. On a motion of Councilor Gross, seconded by Councilor O'Neill, the Planning and Development Committee voted by roll call vote, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend to the City Council to amend the zoning ordinance section 2.3.1 residential uses number 2, number 3, and number 4 to allow the creation of 2-family dwellings or conversion of a single family to a 2-family dwelling in the RC40 zoning district with a permit issued by the ZBA. Subject to new information and or debate that results from the public hearing, the zoning amendment is deemed to be in harmony with the intent and purpose of the zoning ordinance, and I so move.
Second.
Oh, who else said second? We said
Frank.
the same one. Frank, Council Majota seconded this.
All right.
We have a motion and we have a seconded by Council Majota. Let's have a discussion on.
With the narrative first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Once again.
Okay,
Go ahead.
narrative's
Thank
new to
you.
me too, so.
Thank you.
So P&D discussed that this motion creates the opportunity for the construction of a conversion from an existing single family to 2-family with a permit by the ZBA in the RC40 district. Currently, this district is the only exclusively single-family zoned district in the city. Planning and Development Committee discussed the fact that the housing production plan calls for the creation of housing opportunities across all levels. Further, it was clarified that any such construction conversion would require ZBA approval, as well as all the other requisite engineering, conservation commission, septic, sewer compliance, et cetera. It was also discussed that Gloucester's housing crisis is a citywide issue that requires that the entire city share in the responsibility for accommodating incremental changes and potential housing creation. Also discussed was the fact that there remained a number of existing undeveloped lots, as well as numerous properties that could be subdivided and developed into single-family units by right, and it didn't make sense, nor was it equitable that RC40 should be exempt from potential 2-family construction. The committee voted unanimously to support this motion. This motion requires 6 votes.
Thank you, Counselor. So who would like to begin this this conversation on this amendment?
I'm always happy.
Go ahead, Counselor Grow.
I think this is one that we've received a lot of pushback on, and I guess my feeling is that and I'm going to read a little bit because I really feel I want to make sure that I don't miss points, but there's no neighborhood in the city that is more precious to its residents than any other neighborhood. And I feel that the people who live on Eastern Point view their property and their homes as very precious. The people who live in R5 view their homes as precious and important. And I feel like that this has been there's a contentious approach here that somehow there's a district within the city that deserves special treatment in terms of its zoning. I think that given, the fact that no single district should be exempt from contributing to our citywide goal, just as no single district should bear the full weight of solving this problem. And I think that the push to constantly drive development downtown greatly impacts people in a far more rigorous way than the mere possibility, literally the door opening and the possibility of a potential two-family conversion in a district that has substantially large lots and can adequately absorb a nominal amount of potential growth. Now, the planning board, utilizing the recommendations of the housing production plan, proposed that the most modest of changes in putting forward the allowance of two-family construction or conversion in the RC40 district with ZBA special permit, recognizing even if it contributes only a relatively few new units, it works to advance the common goal of providing housing opportunities to property owners in all districts. Again, RC40 is the only district that prohibits all its single-family construction. And if this is passed, it will still remain the most stringently zoned residential district in the city. A lot of the objections that came across from folks were that they objected to the ecological impacts, traffic, rising sea levels, that residents in this district pay high taxes and, quote, get little for it. No one has suggested, however, that we should put a blanket moratorium on construction in the RC40 district. There's no discussion about not allowing new building or anything that would otherwise contribute to the same issues that they're bringing up in terms of their impact on traffic and ecological impacts. I want to say that pardon me about this. I'm just trying to keep it tight. What no one has suggested, however, is the implementation of blanket moratorium. There is building that can happen right now. There are lots that are available that people can build on by right. And again, no one's suggesting that those projects not be allowed, nor has anybody, to my knowledge, objected to the raising of existing structures and the creation of altogether brand new larger houses. And we have one going on right now at the corner of Eastern Point and Farrington Road, which demolished a 100-year-old house and is substantially bigger in size and impact on that corner than what was previously there. I would point out that the concern over the ecological impact is no different than any other district in the city. The Conservation Commission would be ruling on any aspect of the environmental impact and potential harm. Eastern Point alone has more than 100 plus acres of preserved land, as well as some of the largest single-family properties. Traffic, RC40 roads, yep, they're about the same as every other private road that affects 40% of the rest of the city. We all have narrow roads. They do maintain them, and they do that. They plow it, but that is actually a decision that they've made as a group. They are permissive private ways. They are private resident-only roads. We are legally not allowed to spend city money on that. My guess would be that if they decided that they would like to open those roads up as general rights of way, that the city would begin plowing them. They wouldn't maintain them like they don't maintain the other 40% of private roads in the city. I do think that we have to be thoughtful about rising sea levels. I don't think the construction of a few houses on Eastern Point is going to contribute to rising sea levels. But if the concern is that we shouldn't be building in rising sea levels, then maybe we need to be concerned with enacting a coastal zone management where we don't allow certain construction in areas that are subject to flooding and velocity zones. Finally, this is one that gets me a little bit, and that is that we pay a lot of taxes and we don't get anything for it. Again, while you do pay in RC40, you tend to pay a lot higher amounts of taxes. You pay the same tax rate that people in R5 do, that people in R10 do, that people in R30 and 40 do. You are blessed to have much more expensive properties, but that doesn't mean that your access to city services is any less. I think this finally, and I'll be done with this, all my other things are a lot shorter. This still requires a ZBA process. This still requires a butter notification, public hearing, all of the limitations and the limiters that otherwise exist for the process. It's the only district in the city that does not have this option. And I think that in light of the HPP and the housing production plan, that there is no really justifiable reason why RC40 can't join the rest of the city in helping to accommodate some level of assistance in producing housing stock, even if that housing stock is expensive.
Thank you, Counselor. Who else would like to speak on this amendment? Counselor Worthley.
Madam Chair, if you would indulge me to suspend the rules to ask a question again for Greg Canatoria. I know we were trying to ask all the questions on all the amendments, but there's a couple of specific ones I'd like to ask.
I have no problem with that. Without objection, counselors. Go ahead. Thank you.
Greg, thank you again. Could you tell me what are the ways that an individual or neighborhood could change the zoning for their own district?
So in section 1.11, I believe, of the zoning ordinance, it identifies the process for proposing a zoning amendment. There are a number of categories. They could be initiated by the planning board. They could be initiated by the city council. They can be initiated by a property owner themselves, as well as a 10 citizen group. So there are a variety of ways that folks can make a proposal to the council.
So an individual property owner in RC 40 or 10 of them could petition the council to change their zoning if they wanted to. Is that right?
I go to the direct language. I haven't seen too many citizen petitions, but it's identified in 511 specifically how somebody could go about that. But very specifically, an individual can certainly make a proposal. A 10 citizen group can make a proposal. That is a way to initiate.
Okay. And then my other question is, if a unit of housing is built on Eastern Point, although I'm sorry, RC 40 is also part of Hesperus Ave too, if I recall.
Correct.
If a unit of housing is built in RC 40 and sells for, I don't know, $1 million or $2 million, what does that do to our percentage as it relates to chapter 40B? And I was trying to get to our 10%. If a house is built and it is expensive, does that count as, is it 1 for 1, or is there a question of value that changes that percentage?
It's solely housing stock as a percentage. I don't believe it's related to value in any way. The definition is 10% that satisfy the income limit requirements or maximum sales price requirements to be an affordable unit. So it's not what the rest of the market is. It's specifically defined what those affordable units need to be. So it just increases the denominator regardless of what a unit of housing sells on the market.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Good.
Counselor. Who else would like to speak on this amendment? So I will speak to this amendment. One of the probably one of the most important things about being a counselor is to always be open-minded to listen in public hearings. And although I initially voted in support of this, I no longer feel like I'm going to do that. And I'll tell you why. I listened long and hard to the folks that spoke in the public hearing on March 22nd. And some of the specific comments that were made in this specific feedback that I heard from the residents of mostly Eastern Point, I don't think there were any from Hesperus Ave, were their concerns about the rising seas and the coastal resilience issues, the septic issues in terms of the amount of work that needs to be done. And, you know, I feel like this is just particularly the rising seas and the coastal resilience, and is just not feeling like the right thing to do at this point in time for me. So I'm going to, I just wanted to say that and to explain that in our motions, it always says, subject to new information and or debate that results from the public hearing, the zoning amendment is deemed to be in harmony. It just gives us an opportunity to really listen. And so I'm going to be changing my vote on this. Anyone else like to speak on this before we vote it? Councilor Memard.
Yeah, well, I appreciate very much Jason's passionate arguments for fairness and equity. The residents of Eastern Point in particular, they're well organized and they've been very consistent in their objection for a variety of valid reasons. They have a unique, sensitive environment that they are concerned about sustaining. And materially, the number of additions or new homes that might be added under this particular proposal are insignificant. And on the flip side, in terms of property owners doing what they would like to do with their property in terms of accommodating in-law apartments or carriage houses or guest cottages, the cost of going through the relief application process for a variance or whatever else is needed is not, practically speaking, going to slow people down in terms of accomplishing with their real estate what they want to have done. So I don't think this is a material enough opportunity for addressing our housing needs under the circumstances, given the fragile environment. Eastern Point is particularly low-lying compared to other of our coastal areas. So I don't think that this is appropriate to push, and so I will not be supporting.
Thank you, councilors. Any more discussions? Councilor O'Neill and then Councilor Grow can speak again.
Yes, I initially voted in favor. However, listening to the residents last week, there were quite a few of them that that voiced their opinion, and so I will be changing my vote to no.
Councilor Grow.
If I, without any disrespect to the opinions that are expressed, I think what I'm hearing is that basically first off, the folks on Eastern Point don't have the right now to put a second unit. They could put a carriage house, I suppose. I don't know. The definition of a second unit, I think, requires a kitchen and living space, and I'm not sure that there aren't some there already. It seems to me a kind of a bit of a classist argument that, we should not bother with this because these people can afford to fight the legal battles. Whereas I think you're going to have a heck of a time having that conversation in Councilor O'Neill or Councilor Marjota's district, where a legal argument might be a much more difficult hurdle to achieve. And also, again, this environmental sensitive argument, I appreciate that, except that, again, I don't think that it's any more environmentally sensitive than any of the other wetlands and coastal zones that we have in the city. And I just feel like there's a bit of a preciousness that's been applied to this that doesn't really bear out in terms of the reality of what the city really is and what it needs. But I'm not convincing anybody here. I just want to put it on the record. I think that some of these arguments are somewhat shallow, and they're not going to hold up very well if we start talking about the need to put housing in more congested districts. And I think that needs to be considered in your thinking, is that, are we being fair? Are we treating our residents across the board fairly based on our needs to provide housing? Or are we looking at neighborhoods that are wealthy enough to segment themselves off from the rest of the community? And I'm a little bothered by that, to be honest with you. And I'm probably going to get some messages about this, but at the end of the day, that's okay. I feel that way, and I feel like I need to say it.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other comments before we take the roll? Councilor Worthley, go ahead. Oh, Councilor Worthley, you've already spoken to me. I'm going to call on Councilor O'Hara.
Thank you. I must agree with Councilor Grow. But in the same breath, we also flip that to their other low-lying, very dense areas in the city, which we're probably going to be looking at them adding to the housing stock, the density, the traffic problems. We know what, I mean, this is 2022. We can put enormous pumps to dewater if need be in Eastern Point. They're going to put a cutoff wall at Gloucester High School. Or cutoff walls can be put in to keep the ocean out. You know, they have the monarch butterfly, the bald eagles. They should be preserved. But again, we're talking apples and apples. We're talking about an area in Gloucester that clearly has space. And we're also going to be talking later on about other areas that are much more dense that we want to put additional housing into, that we have put additional housing. We put additional municipal buildings in that are going to create all kinds of traffic. So I agree with Councilor Grow in his thoughts. But in the same breath, we have to look at the reality of the net effect of what will happen. You know, we put 2 families, additionally, we put 3 families at Eastern Point. We build up the housing stock. Where are those cars going to go? Where are those people going to go in the middle of July when it's already inundated with traffic? Do we put more traffic on traffic? Do we put a tunnel across? I'm being facetious, but we have to look at the reality of what we're talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this? Council Worthley.
Thank you. I do take, I'm concerned about the comment about this being shallow or classist. I think there's a process question. They have a right to petition the council to change the zoning if they like. And I think we had a petition with 160 signatures from the members in Eastern Point. I think 1 abstained. And they don't want this in their neighborhood. And for me, there's a message which is, who are we to tell a neighborhood what's right for them? I don't feel like we do that anywhere. If people don't want what we're proposing, why would we be fighting for this? And I think that we end up going the opposite direction. We'll be creating more housing that's market value, and will continue to price people out of the market. So I'll be voting against this, and I hope my colleagues join me.
Anyone else like to speak in favor or opposition? Just comments about this? Seeing none, everyone is clear on the motion. It was made by Councilor Grow and seconded by Councilor Majota. So I'll take the roll. Councilor Worthley?
No.
Councilor Gilman? No. Councilor Gross?
No.
Councilor Grow?
Yes.
Councilor Majota?
No.
Councilor Memard?
No.
Councilor Nolan?
No.
Councilor O'Hara?
No.
Councilor O'Neill?
No.
The motion fails, 1 in favor and 8 opposed.
Next.
Next motion, please, Councilor Grow. Thank you.
All right. This is motion 2, which will also be amendment 2. This was, let me pull this up here real quick. On a motion of Councilor O'Neill, seconded by Councilor Gilman, the Planning and Development Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council amend zoning ordinance section 2.3.1, residential uses, use number 6, conversion to or new multifamily or apartment dwelling, 3 dwelling units, by allowing such use in the R30 zoning district by special permit issued by the Zoning Board of Appeals. Subject to new information and or debate that results in the public hearing, the zoning amendment is deemed to be in harmony with the intent and purpose of the zoning ordinance, and I so move.
I'll second it.
All right, and I should point out that I believe this, no, okay, this also requires 6 votes. So the narrative on this, let me make sure I'm reading from the right thing here. Narrative on this is that the intent of this proposed ordinance, nope, I'm sorry, that's not right. Hang on a second here. Yeah. The intent of this proposed amendment was to facilitate the creation or conversion of existing residential units into three-family homes, either by right in the R5 zone or the ZBA special permit in the R30 zone. The Planning and Development Committee decided that they were substantially different, again changing not necessarily the net result, which is the creation of 3-unit buildings, but the process by which you get there. So we separated them into 2 different amendments, and we'll deal with that, the second amendment, in the next public hearing. But so what this does is, this motion is a change in the permitting authority from City Council to ZBA. And the discussion on the matter focused on the fact that this still is a required special permit with the requisite abutter notice. And it should be noted that in all other districts where 3 families are allowed, the permitting authority is the ZBA, and this motion requires 6 votes. So on the motion.
So on the motion, thank you.
This is a fairly straightforward thing, I think, in that there's already a requirement for a special permit in R30 for the creation of a 3-family. So it's not a by right issue. It's just a question of who is the issuing authority. In R20, R10, and R5, which are also 3-family allowed, those are all granted by the Zoning Board of Appeals. The R30 zone, which is arguably the largest of the 3 zones, requires a city council's special permit. So that's the intent of this, is simply just brings it into alignment with all the other zones that allow zoning districts that allow a 3-family by right. A 3-family, none of them is by right. That is essentially it in terms of the net effect. There is no change to the fact that it has to require a special permit, just who gives that special permit. We haven't dealt with land usage. I'm not going to confuse the issue. That's the only change that this makes is the permitting authority. So.
Thank you, Counselor. Who would else like to discuss this? Counselor Worthley, and then Counselor O'Neill.
Counselor Groh, you might be surprised, but I'm happy to support this one. I've never believed that the city council should be both the legislative body and in some cases the judicial body. And I know that we are on a lot of things, but it gets a little complicated when we're passing laws and then enforcing laws. And I think the Zoning Board of Appeals is the right place to do this. Where we have some influence is when we're appointing members to the zoning board. And so I don't think this makes it any harder or easier for applicant or neighborhood to be involved. I think it just changes the body where they need to go. And I don't think it should be the city council, frankly. So I'm happy to support this.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor O'Neill.
Thank you. I had issue with this in the in P&D with the word multifamily. Conversion to or new multifamily or apartment dwelling, 3 dwelling units by allowing such use in the R30. What is the definition of multifamily?
Are you asking Greg or me?
Anybody? Well, Greg, I guess.
Yeah, let's, without objection, Greg, would you?
Sure. We went over this. The definition of multifamily is 3 or more units. There was specific amendments that were made several years back to place kind of 3-family in the dimensional table for 1, 2, and 3 family, as well as having this primarily the zoning board reviewing those special permits rather than the city council. So this is kind of the one district that kind of remains in the city council's purview for issuing special permits. But again, it's 3 or more is the definition, but we also treat 3-family differently than 4 or more. So there's a number of different line items in the use table that basically relate to the number of units in a multifamily, but it begins at 3.
Thank you. Counselor O'Neill, does that answer your question?
Not really. Well, it answers the question. but I'm not happy with the answer, I guess. I just, if multifamily is 3 or more, okay? Then why is it not in motion 3? Why does motion 3 not say multifamily? Motion 4 not say multifamily, and motion 6 not say multifamily? So I just think if it's 3 or more, the word multifamily is redundant. And if it's 4 or more, or I looked it up in the dictionary, right? Multifamily per Webster's dictionary, a multifamily in contrast to a single family housing where residents typically pay direct based on the amount of water used. So it's more than one family. Oxford Dictionary says denoting or relating to accommodation designed for occupation by more than one family. Rocket Mortgage considers a multifamily a duplex, a townhouse, an apartment complex. So in my mind, a multifamily can be a duplex, a townhouse, a 3-family, a 4-family, a 40-family, or a 400-family. And I'm just want to be clear that I just want it to be clear. I don't think it's clear. It's not clear to me anyway.
Council Grow has his hand raised, so I'm
I have
gonna,
a follow-up question to that, Greg, and maybe if you can answer it. If we were to amend this motion to read conversion to or new 3-family, would that change the intent of what this motion is trying to do? Because if that's the issue of clarity, if it's, we do state 3 dwelling units in the motion itself. I mean, my personal feeling is that it's clear. But if we were to say conversion to or new 3-family, would that be sufficiently the same in terms of the effect with just changing the language?
So if you look at the use table, there's a use before this use and there's a use after this use. And it goes from all of the different ways in which we treat 2-family and will continue to treat 2-family based on your prior vote. And then there is the use that specifically rates to multifamily, 3 units, and then it goes on to the next column is 4 to 6 units, and then it goes on to those projects that have greater number of units. So there's a definition of multifamily. It is 3 or more, but we treat 3-family based on past amendments differently than those projects that include more units. Specifically, predominantly the permitting is by the zoning board, which is what this proposal is to extend to the R30 district. And they are also in a separate table of 1, 2, and 3-family. And then there's another table for multifamily of 4 or more, and then dimensional requirements that apply. So it sounds redundant, but the class of the use is multifamily, and we then are specific about the number of units. If you want to, make amendments to that language, I think 3-family is the use that we're talking about. It's up to the council.
Does it cause us problems in terms of the use tables? Do we have to go then and fix them, or would it remain the same, other than the special permit?
I just want to be, let me just,
Yeah, I know.
give me one moment just to take a look, because again, this is
God knows how long we can talk about a footnote.
Yep.
Madam President. In motion 6, we define this. Motion 6 clarifies this.
Well, so there's 2 separate sections of the ordinance that are being proposed to be amended. One is dealing with, again, the use allowance of 3-family in this specific district. And then there's, like you said, there's a clarifying footnote that says these things pertain to 3-family. If you're looking for 4 or more, you go to a separate table. So I think if there's any concern that we're only proposing an amendment to the use allowance of 3-family in that district, I think the proposal is very clear.
Thank you. Any other comments to this amendment?
I don't think Counselor Gross' question got answered.
Yeah, you did. It's fine.
Yeah,
I'm good with it. I think it's clear that the use table specifically says conversion to a new multifamily apartment dwelling of 3 dwelling units. It says it right there. So I really don't think there's any latitude for not being able to define what that is. Doubt, I guess is the word. There's no latitude for doubt in my view.
So, so I haven't spoken on this, so I will speak. I'm going to support this. I believe that the issue of special permitting still exists, and the special permitting authority just becomes the zoning board of appeals, which I am comfortable with the work that they do on matters like this. They have very detailed meetings where they have charts and graphs, and they're very technical. And so I don't feel like this is a great loss to all of us as counselors, because I respect the work that they do. The abutters have an opportunity to weigh in. It's collaborative. No one's losing the opportunity to be neighbors and speak up about issues. So I will be supporting this. Any other comments before we call the roll, counselors? Counselor Nolan.
I understood the footnote with multifamily aside in the great work that the ZBA does. I believe that the city council has certain guidelines that we make rules on, that we work with our constituents that may be different than what the ZBA may follow. I don't like to relinquish power. I'm not a power person. But I do think that when there's a development or something going on, especially where we already have a footnote with multifamily, that could end up being back in a way that would bite us. I think that it's important for the council to listen to the constituent and also rule on whether that's best for the community or not, as an elected official. So I do disagree with Councilor Worthley on this one. I think that some things are best for the council to maintain control of, because we're the people that are elected and not appointed to watch out for their concerns and for their best interest in that situation. So that's how I feel about that.
Thank you, counselors. Anyone else like to speak that hasn't already spoken? Counselor Grow, I'll let you speak one more time and then we'll call the roll.
Just to point Councilor Nolan's point, again, I understand his position on this, but R30 is the only place where the city council asserts this authority. In every other zoning district below it, R20, R10, and R5, the ZBA is the authority on this. So if you're going to be consistent about the concern over neighborhood input and all that, and whether or not the council has a say in this matter, then you're better off changing R5, R20, and R10 and R20 to meet city council special permit. And again, that's putting an additional hurdle that the housing production plan is trying to pare away. And again, I think you've got an authority that is issuing the permit. It's the same authority that issues it in R20. It's the same one that issues it in R10 and R5. And I think that, it's hard to justify why R30 would require a significant step in terms of authority that in the permitting process. That's just my view. So that's it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilor Grow, this is 6 votes or 5?
This is 6.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to call a roll. The motion was made by Councilor Grow. It was seconded by me. Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
Councilor Gilman. Yes. Councilor Gross.
Sorry about that. Yes.
Councilor Grow.
Yes.
Councilor Majota.
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
No.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
Yes.
The motion passes 8 in favor, 1 opposed. Next amendment.
All right. Oh, we're going to get to the end so quickly. On motion 3, the committee recommendation on a motion of Councilor Gilman, seconded by Councilor O'Neill, the Planning and Development Committee voted by roll call, 2 in favor, 1 opposed, to recommend to the City Council to amend the zoning ordinance section 3.2.1 dimensional requirements for single, 2-family, and 3-family dwellings by amending the minimum lot area per dwelling square footage by zoning district as follows. R80 would be converted to 40,000 square feet, R40 to 20,000 square feet, RC40 to 20,000, R30 to 15,000, as reflected in the drafted proposal, subject to new information and or debate that results in the public hearing. The zoning amendment is deemed to be in harmony with the intent and purpose of the zoning ordinance, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Grow and is seconded by Council Worthley.
I should mention this is a 5 vote. So this requires 5 votes to pass. And if
Thank you.
anybody wants to know why, I'm happy to try to explain it.
Okay.
Narrative?
Narrative, thank you.
Actually, Counselor, Madam President. Jason, could you do that in 30 words or less?
Yes, the state changed the threshold for zoning that would potentially create multifamily construction in areas that previously were not multifamily and lowered the threshold to 5. And according to Krishna, I mean, I just make sure I got this thing right. And it's approved 3-family construction R30. It just reduces the threshold for the density and therefore potential for greater density. I think it really applies mostly to R30, but that was her judgment to us, was that it requires five votes. And that's a terrible explanation. I'm sorry.
Works for me.
Yeah, I do what Krishna tells me, except when I don't. So the narrative on this, again, this amendment is to remove the requirement in zoning districts R80, R40, RC40, and R30 for a property to have double the amount of land per unit than is otherwise required by a conforming lot in each district for the construction of a 2-family, and in R30 also a 3-family. I think that's what that was. That's why this is a 5-vote threshold. Currently, if a property owner in R80 wishes to construct or convert to a 2-family, which is an allowed by right usage, they would need 160,000 square feet in order to be compliant with the law. There is to be no change in the overall lot size required to be a conforming lot in each district, nor would any other requisite standard be changed. While 3-family construction isn't currently allowed in R80, 40, or RC30 or 40, if the amendment is approved, a 3-family construction in R30 would still need 15,000 feet per square feet per unit for an overall lot size of 45,000 instead of the current 90,000. So the committee passed this amendment by a 2-to-1 vote with Councilor O'Neill dissenting. And that's basically, so the basic gist of it is that this is not reducing the size of lots in each zoning district. It's simply put, reducing the number of square feet you need per unit. So if you want to put an 80,000 square foot lot and put a 2-family on it, you still only need 80,000 square feet. But you would need in an R30 zone, if you wanted to put a 3-family, you would need 15,000 per unit. So you need 45,000 square feet for that particular project. You would only need 30,000 for a 2-family. So it reduces the land usage that you need for the project without reducing the lot size that you need for the project. I hope that is clear. Greg, is that clear?
Crystal.
Thank you. Crystal, excellent.
Thank you.
So my, on the motion, really
Go ahead.
quickly, I feel like this is a fairly straightforward, sensible amendment requiring a property to have 160,000 square feet in R80 to accommodate a two-family seems ridiculous. Especially when we look again at R5, when we can have, you're only required to have 1,000 square feet per unit on a lot. We're talking about facilitating the creation of two in R30, potentially three family construction on lots that otherwise would be perfectly capable of maintaining that kind of a project on enough land to keep separate from their neighbors and whatnot. So I think that again, this is a housing production plan suggestion, which is again to facilitate infill housing where possible and reduce unnecessary burdens on homeowners to accomplish the goal. So that's the gist of it, and that's what I would support.
Thank you. Councilors, Council Worthley.
Yes, I'm going to support this one as well. I think it was a mistake, and I don't mean a bad decision. I think it was a editing or technical error, because back in the day, the goal wasn't to make it that you needed double the lot size for a two-family. I don't know how this got missed for all these years, but this is not adding any further burden. It's not taking away any neighborhood rights. It's simply saying, if you have 80,000 square feet, you can have a two-family there already. We don't need 160,000, and same going down to 20,000, 10,000, 5,000. So I support this one. It seems nominal and it seems very simple to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Who else would like to speak on this amendment? Council Memard.
I would just simply say that for the reasons that have been stated by Councilor Worthley and Councilor Grow, I will be supporting this as well.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this amendment? Councilor Gross.
Yeah, as Councilor Grow mentioned, I find it interesting that, that these changes make it so that 50% of the lot per unit is what is required, where in R20, it's 50%, but in R10, it's 20% of the lot per unit. And in R5, it's only 20% of the lot. So I think that this is long overdue, and probably like Mr. Worthley said, Councilor Worthley said, it was an error that was created, in the beginning when this change was done. So whenever this was created. So I think that this is a correction that's long overdue.
Thank you, Councilor. Anyone else like to speak on this amendment? Seeing none, I'm ready to take the roll. The motion was made by Councilor Grow and it was seconded by Councilor Worthley. Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
Councilor Gilman. Yes. Councilor Gross.
Yes.
Councilor Grow.
Yes.
Councilor Majota.
Yes.
Councilor Memard.
Yes.
Councilor Nolan.
No.
Councilor O'Hara.
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill.
You're on mute.
Go ahead.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 8 in favor, 1 opposed. The amendment passes.
All right.
Continue, Councilor Grow. Thank you.
This is motion 4. On a motion by Councilor Gilman, seconded by Councilor O'Neill, Planning and Development Committee voted by roll call, 2 in favor, 0 opposed. 2 in favor, 1 opposed, to recommend to the City Council to amend zoning ordinance section 3.2.1, dimensional requirements for single, two-family, and three-family dwellings by amending the minimum lot width by zoning district as follows: R80 to 100 feet, R40 to 100 feet, RC40 to 100 feet, R30 to 80 feet,
Councilor,
R20.
if I'm not mistaken, I think we just did that one.
No, that was the lot dwelling per, which is frontage and width, minimum width.
Oh, I thought we were on motion 6.
We're on
which is-
4.
We're on motion 4. It was motion 1, then motion 1A, 2,
Okay,
3, and then
sorry.
4.
Go ahead. Thank you for the correction. Sorry
Okay.
about that.
That's all right.
Continue.
Nope. So we're back to R30 would be 80 feet, R20 would be 80 feet, and R10 would be 65 feet as reflected in the drafted proposal. And when I say drafted proposal, this is what came before the planning committee, the planning board. Where am I here? The zoning amendment is deemed to be, subject to new information and or debate that results from the public hearing. The zoning amendment is deemed to be in harmony with the intent and purpose of the zoning ordinance, and I so move.
Second.
All right.
Council
Mary?
Groves made the motion and it was seconded by Council Worthley.
If the narrative on this is the intent of this amendment is to eliminate the need to create a lot with a minimum lot width for the siting of the structure that is 50% higher than the required frontage necessary for the property to be otherwise compliant. The existing requirement creates oddly shaped lots that necessitate greater width than frontage, confounding both conformity for existing lots that would otherwise be conforming because of square footage, odd structure siting, and difficulty in subdividing larger lots. There didn't appear to be any clear understanding as to why the existing zoning was like this, other than to discourage future construction. It was discussed that changing this would be friendlier for property owners and remove unnecessary constraints on otherwise conforming lots. The committee voted 2-1 with Councilor O'Neill dissenting, and this motion requires 6 votes.
Thank you. Would you like to begin the,
Yeah, briefly on the motion. Again, this is one of those zoning requirements that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. If a property requires 100 feet of frontage, why should it require the siting of the building to be someplace that's 150 feet? And so Planning Director Catamatori has pointed out numerous places where this has created odd sightings, weird divisions of subdividing properties, pushing houses sometimes further into resource zones away from the street. It's messy, frankly. And I think that by creating a uniform lot minimum width for siting, you give more opportunity for placement of the house within the property lines. And so I'm supporting this. I think it's something that is, like Councilor Worthley mentioned a little while ago, doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. And I'm not sure why it was ever put in the zoning, except to confound the creation of lots. So, I mean, all zoning is designed, frankly, to keep other people out. And that's effectively what this is kind of doing. So.
Thank you, Councilor. Who else would like to speak on this amendment? Go ahead, Council Worthley.
Yes, I'll be supporting this one as well. I don't know the reasoning at the time, but it does create oddly shaped lots. It makes it harder for some people to build, and it also squares things off. So there's fewer chances of these trapezoid-like proposals. I'm supporting this, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak on this amendment? Council Gross and then Council Majota.
Yeah, this anomaly, I became aware of this back in the early 90s and just was like, what is going on here? So I'm glad that this is being corrected, because it just really, it was very strange that it would create these really odd shaped lots that then it didn't necessarily stifle development. It just made people's yards really odd, which is how I found out about it. I wasn't doing development. It was development happening around me. And it just made stuff, things would have been better if this hadn't existed. So I'm glad that this change is happening. For me, it's 30 years later, I guess, that since I noticed it. So.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other councilors would like to speak on this? Council Majota, I'm sorry, I asked. You're in deck. I'm
No
sorry.
worries. I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. I guess how many lots will be affected by this? And second, could you tear down if you had an odd shaped house? Could you tear down your house and go by the new proposed amendment, I guess, to make it a different shape or a shape that you want to?
Councilor,
Does that make sense?
Greg Catamatore, would you answer that question for us?
Sure, it's mostly for the creation of new lots. I guess the one thing I would say for, if there were a vacant property that didn't have the lot width before, that increase, where it has to be vase shaped and it was more of a rectangular lot, they may not have to pursue relief for the siting of a structure to get relief from the lot width requirement. It's really more applicable when someone goes to potentially divide a larger piece of property. That might be a house, that's kind of land rich, and they're looking at their options to potentially create another unit or another structure by doing a simple division. And it would, essentially allow for more likely a structure to be in line with the existing structure, because it probably didn't have to comply with some of these dimensional requirements that were put in the 60s and 70s. And to the point, a lot of what you're considering tonight, there's no question that if you look at the history, we had less regulation in 1960, and over time we put in more and more regulation to slow growth. And again, from a community perspective at the time, and we certainly heard a lot of testimony, in this process, that there are still a lot of folks that are not enamored with the idea of additional development. That's what our zoning code, a lot of it is developed over time, little changes that were made in many instances to probably slow growth. We know the most dramatic one was in 1990 when we increased the lot size for just about every lot in the community. So you played by a certain set of rules, and then all of a sudden you put on additional requirements. That's certainly going to have an impact on growth.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on this amendment, councilors? Councilor O'Neill.
Thank you. So these changes, right, the minimum lot width in the R80 went from 150 to 100, correct?
Well, the change, the current requirement is 150 feet.
Okay, right.
This would reduce the minimum lot width required
To
for
100.
signing to 100 feet.
Okay, and in the R40, it was 150. and
That's correct.
RC40 was 150.
Yep.
R30 was that 160? I mean, are we just cutting these all in half?
Close, not quite all of them. I don't have the actual, I think it was
I did have that somewhere, but
R20, I think was 100 and, I think it was 100 feet. I'm not
That's
sure.
I mean, that's a lot of width that you're taking away, so I just want to be aware of that. Yep, in the R30, it's 80, so it's probably half of that. Maybe it was, I don't know, but it's taken away a lot of width, so.
I think
It was 100, so it's a reduction of 20 feet.
All right, thank you. And this, is it the same in R20 was 100? And the
R20.
R10 was, I don't know what that was. It's just a significant amount of land that you're, that would be affected, or that would be, I don't know what the word is, cut down, so I will.
So
not
just to clarify, there's no reduction in the lot area requirement. It's just one of the dimensions when you site a home, and the distance from sideline to sideline.
Right,
So,
so you can make
yeah.
them closer.
You could make them potentially closer to the street. So very often, I think I pointed out, there are instances because essentially the lot has to open up to a greater width. It sometimes will push the structure further back on the lot. And again, it sometimes results in a situation where if someone had a rectangular piece of property, they have to meet the lot width requirement. They only have a certain amount of frontage. They might jog the lines where one structure is closer to the street and one structure is further back in a what we term a simple division. So in some instances that pushes the structure closer to ledge or closer to a resource area. So it's, you know, kind of bringing some, it's certainly making it a little bit simpler for, you know, a prototypical lot that's just a rectangle that you want to just divide in half and meet the frontage requirement and the area requirement. You no longer have to have this other dimension that you have to satisfy. You still have to satisfy side yard, front yard, and rear yard setbacks. So it's not like a structure will be closer to a neighbor per se, because they only have to comply with the side yard setbacks, but it really is how the structure is sited on the lot, and it would give somebody more flexibility to do that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments on this amendment? Council Gross.
I just want to say what it's created in Gloucester, and you see them everywhere if you go through the map, is all these lots that look like a political gerrymandered map. They're just these really weird, twisted shapes, and that's what this has done. It hasn't created any more density. It's just created these really odd lots. So.
Yeah, and so I haven't yet spoken, so I will just say that the reason why I support this in P&D and will also support it tonight is for the reasons that all of you have said at this point. I believe that it's awkward taking a look at houses that are just in a different position. I see this sometimes in different neighborhoods, and it just doesn't make sense to me. It just looks odd, and I think this will be a correction to that. And so I'll be supporting this. So are we ready to call the roll, counselors? Counselor Worthley.
Yes.
Counselor Gilman. Yes. Counselor Gross.
Yes.
Counselor Grow.
Yes.
Counselor Majota.
Yes.
Counselor Memhard.
Yes.
Counselor Nolan.
Yes.
Counselor O'Hara.
Yes.
Counselor O'Neill. Counselor O'Neill, you are muted.
Sorry, no.
Thank you. The yeses have it, 8 in favor, 1 opposed. The motion passes.
Right.
Counselor
one?
Rowe, I think this is our last one, if I'm not mistaken.
That's it.
Madam President?
Oh, go ahead. Do we need another break?
No, I'm just, if it's close to that time, should we like look at, like, are we extend, like, I don't know how it goes to like the 11 o'clock.
We're gonna get this done in 2 seconds.
Yeah, this will be.
I'm fine with that. I don't care if we go to a minute. I just want to get it done.
Okay.
This is motion 6, committee recommendation on motion of Councilor Gilman, seconded by Councilor O'Neill. Planning and Development Committee voted roll call 2 in favor, 1 opposed, to recommend to the City Council to amend the zoning ordinance section 3.2.1 dimensional requirements for 1, 2, and 3 family dwellings by amending footnote A to read, quote, "This requirement pertains to 1, 2, and 3 family dwellings. For multifamily dwellings of 4 or more units, see section 3.2.2, unquote, as reflected in the drafted proposal. Subject to new information and or debate that results in the public hearing, the zoning amendment is deemed to be in harmony with the intent and purpose of the zoning." And I so move.
Second.
Councilor Worthley is seconded. Narrative, please.
Narrative very quickly. This is currently the language of the footnote only stipulates multifamily, which is defined as 3 or more units, but the zoning allows for 3 family units subject to the use table 3.2.1 in specific circumstances. Multifamily houses with 4 or more would be subject to use table 3.2.2. And the committee voted 2-1 with Councilor O'Neill dissenting. The amendment requires 6 votes, but the purpose of this is to clarify that this specifically addresses 1, 2, and 3 family units to that use table 3.2.1, and any multifamily houses of 4 or more would be subject to the use table of 3.2.2. And that is the extent of what this does. And that's,
Thank you, Councilor.
that includes my personal feeling is that this is something that I wish we didn't have to come to the council for. We could just fix these things. But so I'm voting yes.
Thank you.
Housekeeping.
Any other councilors like to speak on this amendment? Seeing none, let's take the roll. Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memhard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
Yes.
The yeses have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. This amendment passes.
Well, so that's it from P and D. I just want you to know, these were the easy ones. So we'll be taking up the rest of them on at P and D, and then also on March 10th, we will have the public hearing. I want to thank everybody. I do, again, want to thank Greg Catamatore and his staff for his patient and attention to detail and to our many, many needs. I didn't say this earlier, but, you know, I will say very quickly, so we can get to the final thing, that, you know, I do personally feel like we did a tremendous job in trying to make sure that these amendments were understood and were clear of their intent and clear in their intent with public input. And I'm proud of that as a city councilor. I think we should be proud of it as a council. And we've got more work to do. And there's going to be some more changes coming down the road. But I think that this has been probably the toughest thing that we've had, any new councils had to address right off the bat. We've been dealing with this since January 5th, and we still have a couple more big steps to take. So hang in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. And we thank you for your hard work and your perseverance and your attention to detail. So thank you.
Yes, very much.
Next order of business, Madam Clerk. And we do have to keep in mind that in 5 minutes, we have to make a decision of continuing past 11 o'clock.
Next public hearing is public hearing 2022-009 to amend Gloucester Code on Ordinances, Chapter 21, Street Sidewalks and Other Public Places, Section 21-19, removal of snow from sidewalks, and Section 2120, removal or covering of ice on sidewalks by deleting Section 2119 and Section 2120 and adding Sections 21-19, 21-20 reserved.
I'd like to reopen the public hearing and note that it was continued from April 12th, 2022. That was the night that we had the 8-minute delay in starting. So we opened it up for public comments, and we'd agreed to do that again tonight. Councilor Nolan, your hand is raised.
I'd like to make a motion that we send this back to committee for some more information per Councilor O'Hara and myself, and get some more info back for the full public hearing.
Second.
Thank you, Counselor. We have a motion from Counselor Nolan to send it back to ONA, and it was seconded by the originator of the motion, Counselor O'Hara. Is there a discussion, counselors? Go ahead, Counselor.
There's been some new information that Councilor O'Hara had brought forward that I think is worth us speaking again at ONA. I don't think we should be getting into too much of it tonight because we have 5 minutes to vote to continue further in the meeting. But I do think that it would be best if we could put this back to committee for us to bring us some of this new information and try to get some more information from the Department of Public Works.
Thank you. So we have the narrative and discussion, and we have a motion that was seconded by Councilor O'Hara. Let's do a roll call vote to refer back to ONA. Councilor Worthley?
Yes.
Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross?
Yes.
Councilor Grow?
Yes.
Councilor Majota?
Yes.
Councilor Memhard?
Yes.
Councilor Nolan?
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara?
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill?
Yes.
The yeses have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Is public hearing 2022-13 to amend Gloucester Code of Ordinances, Chapter 22, Traffic and Motor Vehicles, Section 22-270, Parking Prohibited at All Times, and Section 22-291, Tollway Zones by adding Webster Street easterly side from a point 160 feet from its intersection with Sadler Street Extension in a southerly direction for a distance of 45 feet, parentheses in front of number 27 Webster Street.
Before I open the public hearing, I'd like to ask if a counselor wants to make a move to continue this meeting until 11:30. We need a.
I so move.
There's a seconded, it's moved and seconded by Council Worthley. So that's to continue this conversation at this meeting right now, to extend the meeting to be open and to continue
11:30.
until 11:30. Thank you for helping me. We're through the hard part. right?
Vehicular.
Now
Vehicular.
I'm having a hard time talking. So, so Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Gilman, yes. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Grow,
Yes, let's get it done.
Councillor Majota,
Yes.
Councillor Memard,
Yes.
Councillor Nolan,
Yes.
Councillor O'Hara,
Yes.
Councillor O'Neill.
Yes,
Yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. So let's open the public hearing. And we would like to, who's the applicant here on the public hearing for the O&A committee report?
Is it Tracy?
Council order, it was Tracy.
Oh,
So
no.
so I guess you're the applicant, Councillor O'Neill. So do we do the committee report first? This is a public hearing, though. So
I don't see the gentleman here. I'm taking another look at attendees. I don't. The president of the Gloucester Fraternity Club is Chris Silva, and he was on the call for quite a while, but I know
Okay.
he has a young boy,
Mhm.
so he probably left the call. So he's not, I don't
So-
see him.
So without objection, I'm comfortable with Council O'Neill speaking on behalf of the applicant, if you want to do that without objection.
Yep,
Okay.
sure.
Go ahead.
Okay, the applicant or Chris Silva of the Gloucester Fraternity Club, the president, asked me if we could put a sign, parking prohibited at all times, tollway zones by adding Webster Street easterly side from 160 feet from the intersection with Sadler Street Extension in a southerly direction for a distance of 45 feet in front of number 27 Webster Street. Cars and trucks have been parking on the sidewalk in front of the club, so close to the steps that people in wheelchairs or walkers, they can't get by. It's also dangerous because cars are parked on both sides of the street, and there's a dangerous corner there. And also his delivery driver is endangering other people, I guess, by trying to make that turn and backing up to make delivery. So that's the request, and those are the
Okay.
reasons.
Great, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak in either favor or opposition of this ordinance? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, are there any correspondences on this matter?
There are no communications.
Thank you. Any council questions? I have a question before the committee report. Was this vetted through the Traffic Commission? And
Yes.
so could you just tell us? what
Yes.
they-
Yes, Bob Ryan, the traffic commissioner, went actually to the location, and he actually wrote these, the details. I didn't
Great.
know it was 45 feet, in a southerly direction or easterly side, so he did that. And so it has his blessing. guess.
That's great. Thank you.
Yep.
So I will, turn them this, oh, no. So I think we have no, are there any more questions before we close the public hearing? Seeing none, close the public hearing, and I'll ask, our O&A Chair, Sean Nolan, to do the committee report. Councilor Nolan, thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. So this was vetted by the Traffic Commission and voted unanimously on when it was sent to O&A. So the committee report, on a motion by Councilor Harris, seconded by Councilor Majota, the Ordinance and Administration Committee voted by roll call. 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council amend GCO Chapter 22, Traffic and Motor Vehicles, Section 22-270, parking prohibited at all times, and Section 22-291, tow-away zones as follows. Amend Section 22-270, parking prohibited at all times, by adding Webster Street, easterly side from a point 160 feet from its intersection with Sadler Street Extension in a southerly direction for a distance of 45 feet in front of number 27 Webster Street. Amend Section 22-291, tow-away zones, by adding Webster Street easterly side from a point of 160 feet from its intersection with Sadler Street Extension in a southerly direction for a distance of 45 feet in front of number 27 Webster Street, and I so move.
Second.
So we have a motion made by Councilor Nolan, and we have a seconded by Councilor Worthley. Is there a discussion, councilors? Councilor Nolan.
So it was brought up with the I guess the member president from the DES club, what they're looking to do. They were having some issues with parking, not to access their steps, and also the blockage of their yard for deliveries. One of the things that we did point out is that that is a no parking zone. It's not a loading zone. It's not a handicap zone. It's a no parking zone. So they understood that at their events or at any time during the day, night, evening, members or not, it is no parking. So that was understood throughout the meeting. And that's about what I have to say about that.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor O'Neill.
Yeah, Councilor Nolan, you mentioned it was the DES club. It's actually the Gloucester Fraternity Club.
That's correct. Sorry.
Okay.
So I will be supporting this. I actually had spent some time looking through the Code of Ordinances, and this particular enforcement matter is consistent with other properties that are on Webster Street. So I think that helps. It helps the police when they want to enforce to have similar ordinances on that street. So for that reason, I will be supporting this. Thank you. Councilor Grow.
Yeah, I drove by today, and my deference to the ward council on this is going to be that I'm going to support it. The only concern I had was, and I expressed this to her, was that we're losing parking in an area that's already underwhelming in its availability of parking. And I did mention to her that the curb in front of the fraternal club doesn't exist, in the sense that the rest of Webster Street has curbing. I'm going to support this tonight. I think maybe we should determine whether or not DPW can reinstall the curbing that goes there, and reevaluate this at some point, maybe in the future, if there's no more problems. I understand there's reasons with deliveries and turning into the parking lot. I was just a little reticent about losing 2 more parking spaces, but again, my deference to the ward council, she knows what she has to deal with, so I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Any other part of this discussion, councilors? Okay, roll call vote. Council Worthley.
Yes.
Council Gilman. Yes. Council Gross.
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yes.
Council Majota.
Yes.
Council Memhard.
Yes.
Council Nolan.
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. And Counselor, just to let you know that ordinances become effective in 31 days. So Madam Clerk, do you have anything else to add on that matter?
No, I do not.
Okay. Thank you very much. So next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Next order of business is just an agenda item that no action is needed at this meeting in order for the council to discuss and vote to resume the 7 p.m. start time beginning at their May 24th meeting. Every measure has to appear once before the council before they can vote on it. So this matter is just to have it on the agenda, and then it'll be for council vote on May 10th, 22 meeting.
Thank you. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Is the update on the Human Rights Commission by City Council Representative Councilor Jason Grow.
Very quickly, we had a meeting on Monday night. We talked about upcoming Juneteenth and Gloucester Coalition for the Prevention of Domestic Abuse events that are coming on in the coming months. There's an effort being made to look at a citywide, looking at a citywide ordinance for non-discrimination. There is some need to. We're getting some weird feedback, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not sure would everyone put their mute?
That was me. I had to log in on my phone because my battery is depleted in my.
Oh my gosh, well, you were quick in getting back on, so thank you.
Very,
Councilor.
very good. Gloucester Human Rights Ordinance, there's some changes that they're looking at, both in terms of the membership category. Technically speaking, even though I'm a liaison, there's nothing in the ordinance that provides for a liaison from the council, so that's going to be corrected. And also some discussion about what the role of the Gloucester Human Rights Commission has in terms of the city as a whole. And then we're still working on the civility resolution. There's some couple of good changes, I think, coming up that'll just give a little bit more gravitas to the language without really changing the overall message. And that's it. We're meeting again end of is it April or end of March, end of May, excuse me. And I'll have a more update then. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to just mention sometime right now, because I think it's appropriate to mention this, but the Human Rights Commission is there for people to reach out to when they feel a need. And I think particularly with some of the controversy of some of the zoning issues, we have to be mindful of what we say about people that we want to be inclusive of. And that's what makes us such a successful community. You know, in our civility resolution that the council had approved, the city council is proud to continue our community spirit by honoring our commitments to respectfulness, equality, non-discrimination, and keeping all of our people safe. Any acts of violence, discrimination, or harassment do not reflect the values of our community and will not be tolerated. I just want to remind everybody to be careful when we're talking to people, when we're having meetings, when there are comments about slums and calling out of communities down in Boston that we don't want to have come here, when there are comments even about ghetto Shaws on Railroad Ave, it's really not becoming of us. And we have to raise the bar and be able to tell people that that's not the type of comments and professionalism and the love for our city of welcoming people of all colors and levels of wealth in the community. So let's just keep the bar high right now. And if somebody makes one of these comments, let's call them out and let them know. I mean, we're elected officials and I want to be the best role models possible. So That's just my comment on the Human Rights Commission, and we value what they do for our community. So thank you. So the next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Is the council's request to the mayor.
Okay, we're going to do this in order of roll call, and we're going to try to not have to go past 11:30. So Council Worthley, do you have any requests?
Thank you. I don't have requests for the Berg administration. I just wanted to, in keeping with the civility ordinance, double down on my apology earlier to Councilor Grow. I respect the work that you have done, and I respect the work of the Plan Development Committee. I just want to make sure that's very clear. Thank you. We don't want to have another cupcake incident, and I do apologize for my calling.
There it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Other than that, I think we've done great work tonight, so thank you.
Thank you, Counselor, and thank you for, again, for that apology. Very well respected. Thank you.
Thank
I'm going to hold on mine. Counselor Gross.
I don't have a request for the mayor, but I was just wondering, are we going to discuss the 7 p.m. start time?
That will be voted on at the next meeting. It's just
Okay.
put on as a placeholder for
Got
to
it.
do it twice.
That's
So,
it. I'm done.
Okay. Thank you. Counselor Grow,
I have even less than that. I'm done.
Counselor Majota.
I actually have, I'm gonna be putting some requests in tomorrow. I guess I just want to know, how do we find out the status of the requests that are made? Who's my point of contact? People are asking me questions and I'm
Yeah.
just don't know who to ask.
Okay, so that's a great question, and I actually escalated that to Mayor Verga and CAO Cahill. So you're still with us. Thank you. So do you want to explain that to Councilor Majota and the rest of us? We're talking about all the requests and how that's going to they will be resolved.
So I just thank you, and thank you guys for all your hard work tonight, and for your patience with us on these council requests. As you know, it took us a little while, about 3 months, to fully staff up. And so Pam, Toby, and I are now working on, they're all into a spreadsheet so that we can make sure we're following up with you on all of them. Obviously, they won't necessarily all be resolved, but you will be hearing from one of the two of us on the status of each of them. So I'd say we have got a little catching up to do, but if I would say email myself and Pam, and we will be following up with you.
Okay, thank you. That's
Yep.
it.
And thank you for your patience. Like I said, but we're fully staffed, so we're getting caught up.
No worries.
Thank you. Next is Council Memard.
No requests. I'm working on a list. I'll submit it to Jill and try and schedule a follow-up for Ward 1 concerns. But I would just like to end by thanking Council President Gilman and P&D Chair Grow for your excellent work, and for all of us, all councilors, for our respect for each other and participation and really hard work on behalf of our Gloucester community. Thank you all.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Nolan.
Also echo what Council Memhard just said, but I would like to also throw out there for the people that are still online, we are trying to have the Horribles Parade again. They have a fundraiser effort going on in GoFundMe. All things cost money. So if anybody could give a little bit or reach out and share something on social media about that, we can try to get a nice, successful, fun parade, and hopefully they have a lot of horribles in it.
Awesome. Thank you. Council O'Hara.
Yes, I just want to thank the Planning and Development Subcommittee, including Councilor Gilman, Grow, and Councilor O'Neill, for all their hard work and efforts put forth on the motions that we discussed tonight, and then we'll discuss further at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor O'Neill.
I actually do have a request for the mayor. Through the request to the mayor, that DPW cleanup, I don't know if this is possible, but cleanup from Myrtle Square, there's a footpath from Myrtle Square to to Whistle Stop Way that runs alongside of the Manchester Athletic Club. There's all kinds of beer bottles and you name it. There's a lot of papers and beer bottles and just a lot of other stuff there. So I don't know what can be done or who would do it, but I guess the mayor would be the one to ask, hopefully.
So I will jump in on that. Typically, neighborhood cleanups like that are done, the ward counselor can organize something. You can reach out to the 1 hour at a, the 1 hour team.
1 hour at a time.
One hour at a time team, and they'll help you. They'll put you in the rotation. I know I'm leading a Dogtown cleanup on Saturday at 4 o'clock, 4 to 5, right to the left of the compost area. Last year we had about 20 people. DPW gives us yellow bags. You know, if you wanted to plan something, just send it out there and get a core group of 4 or 5, and before you know it, there are like 20 people. And you go, Rose will give you the yellows, the bags, and then typically you leave them in a place where JRM will pick them up the following week. And that can be coordinated through Rose at DPW. It's really it's an easy process. The bags are strong and it creates great teamwork. So if you want to schedule that, I'll be happy to help you out on any weekend day. And I'm sure you'd get many members of the council to do that. So
Okay, thank you.
it's a great thing. In that area, I know needs that extra attention. So thank you.
Yeah, all right, thanks.
Thanks. So the only thing I have a couple of things to say. I've got some major potholes on Washington Street I wanted to mention. So I request with the mayor that Public Works considers looking at some potholes on 375 Washington Street, 456 Washington Street before Pirano Lane, 584 and 569 Washington Street, and 704 Washington Street, the side of the street, and returning back to the Rotary. So those, it would be great if we could look at those. The potholes are getting pretty bad, and that's a public road. So the only other thing that I would like to say is just to echo what everyone has said. You know, this has been an incredibly intense process of these zoning amendments. We never in our lives would ever consider having 5 ward meetings, having folks from the clerk's office helping us as Zoom coordinators. The amount of participation has been second to none in listening to the community. And these were tough motions. It was a tough process, but you know, we stuck with it. And every one of you, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for just sticking with it and being such good listeners and having a very rigorous conversation tonight. So and shout out to the planning board and to Greg Catamatori, our planning director, interim community development director, just for a job well done. You know, we've done well. And again, Tracy and Jason on P&D, you know, it was a lot, but we had some extra 5-hour meetings that maybe everybody else didn't have, but there were many times all members of the council or 3 or 4 of you on there just listening in too. So shout out to all of you. And without saying anything else, I'd like to ask if there's a Council Worthley, and then we'll go ahead.
I'd like to echo a thank you to you, Madam Chair, for managing all of this and keeping us in line. And it's unprecedented how well you've handled this, and I give you credit. I appreciate that you're giving it to all of us and everyone, but I want us to say that back to you to give you credit as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. I appreciate it. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I heard a second from Councilor Nolan. And is there a second?
Second.
There's a second, Councilor Grow. So we have our last vote.
You've got 10 more minutes.
Okay.
Motion to expel Scott Memhard.
Joanne, I didn't thank you. Thank you. And
Yes,
thank
Joanne.
you to the clerk's office for
And
all
Sherry.
the work.
Yes, thank you.
Gather all these correspondences, the work that was done in the minutes.
It's like
thank-
the Oscars. You always forget somebody, but
I'm
yeah.
so
And
sorry.
Sherry for,
I'm
and Sherry
holding a
for
trophy
managing
right
this.
now.
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion is to adjourn. Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Gratefully.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Okay, yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes, and everybody have a great night.
Council
Right.
O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
Yes.
9 in favor, 0 opposed. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Night.
Aye.
Good night.
Thank you.